Yeah. Go ahead and start your stream.
And then mic's up at your convenience.
I am ready whenever. DC is ready. Whenever.
Yeah, right. She's going to talk and she wants to be heard.
They're on. I'm just gonna bring my phone over to you guys.
Sure. Is it having some issues getting connected to Wi-Fi or something?
Yeah. Start your stream.
And then mic's up at your convenience.
I am ready whenever.
Now, quick question. You like have all the lights up all the time. Okay, not a problem.
Looks like Steve got a little younger than his folks.
Oh, yeah, just a little bit. A little less air, but yeah.
Nice, he handed it off to you.
Yep, just here to maintain, I guess.
So, how's it going over here? We went live.
We're live on the stream. I think they started one minute.
Keys?
Just a little bit. A little less air, but yeah.
Well, there's a couple lunch over there. So.
Yep, just here to maintain,
Add
I guess.
add to the pool of testosterone back here. See what's happening. Club.
You should be seeing some sort of a sounds tickle. Audio. I don't know if you have VUs on this thing. I'm confident you're getting them.
Yeah.
I just talked to Justin.
Let's see.
What's that?
That's right. If they didn't do it for you to see,
Are we downstairs?
pretty confident
Yes.
you're getting them.
Cool. So.
Yeah, well, I can open
Do
up
we
the
know what
screen
the
now.
layout's going to be?
Yeah, if you
So-
could just get perfect.
Just comfortable.
Just hear room noise right now. Chatter.
Good afternoon, everybody. We have to be in meetings. Unfortunately, June is not a bad place to be, so we appreciate NIC and Dr. McClellan and the hospitality. Before we get started, I do want to note that we are excusing Superintendent Mara from our
Well, I can open the screen now.
with that,
Anytime, remember, there's not a presentation up there, we should have the NIC logo up.
ask you to come forward and introduce our guests.
Yeah. Muted.
Thank you. Without, no, it's supposed to be.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the State Board. Welcome, everybody. I'll be back up here in a second to share a few things about North Idaho College. But as many of you know, the grounds of North Idaho College are on the ancestral site of the Coeur d'Alene tribe, known as referred to as the Gathering Place. North Idaho College has a long-standing relationship, or positive relationship with the Coeur d'Alene tribe, not the least of which is now a 22-year-old 9-point agreement that lists areas of collaboration between the college and the tribe to further education and support for Coeur d'Alene tribal members. You may have noticed on your way in that this year we now have fully realized one significant point of that 9-point agreement, which is to have tribal names on all of our buildings in addition to these non-tribal names. So get a chance to look at those. I think you'll, and coming with those names, the next step will be to develop some storyboards to tell a little bit more about the culture and the relationship of those names. But now, it's my extreme pleasure and privilege to introduce to you Quanah Matheson. He's representing the Coeur d'Alene tribe to bless this meeting.
Good morning. David Rosby, friends and relatives. Madam Chair, President, thank you for the invitation. And I'm very pleased to be here. We pray long with you the best we can. Amon, Kasu, and Chitron, Cheswil. Our dear Heavenly Father, God, Holy Spirit, very humble, very thankful to be here once again on this day. Heavenly Father, that you gifted to each and every one of us, Heavenly Father, this unpromised thing, this day of life, Heavenly Father. And you created each and every one of us here, Heavenly Father. We're thankful for the relatives, for the friends here, their families, their spouses, their jobs here, the inspiration that you give them to continue on each and every day. Heavenly Father, we ask that you bring your holy hand into our lives. Heavenly Father, bless us once again, the words that they're going to say and the efforts they're going to put forth. Heavenly Father, sometimes it's not easy to travel long ways and to put in the work, but through their efforts, kids are going to go to college and there's going to be higher education. Maybe they're going to be inspired to be president of this United States, to be industrious people, and our nation will grow, Heavenly Father. So you bless these grounds once again. My people's been praying here for thousands upon thousands of years, Heavenly Father. We just continue that prayer. We add on to it a little bit here today, Heavenly Father. And we've seen these newcomers come to our land, and we try to befriend them, Heavenly Father. We want their families to be blessed as they grow, Heavenly Father, with this nation that we have under God, under you, Father in heaven. And we ask that you bless them, uplift them, encourage them, put a smile to their face, Heavenly Father. If they have any pains or sufferings in their lives, lift it for them, Heavenly Father, here at this time. And you bless this college that goes towards higher education, Heavenly Father, on the sacred grounds of my people. Bless it once again, and let it prosper, Heavenly Father, and let it inspire again, Heavenly Father. We say all these things in your Son's most gracious name. I pray, amen.
Thank you very much. We feel very honored to be a part of that blessing and appreciate the kind and supportive words. Before we move on to our motions, many of you are aware, but we want to call attention to former board member and friend Ken Edmonds' passing. He was appointed to the board in 2013 and resigned in 2018 to go and serve in the governor's office. And I actually am the board member that came in on his heels. And we'd just like to take a few moments of silence and think of his family and send our well wishes and good vibes to them. Thank you. And again, we are thinking and praying of his family and send our love and support their way. At this point, we'll move on to our motions.
Thank you, Madam President. Would like to make a motion in place of Dr. Hill, who would normally make these motions as the Vice President. I move to approve the agenda as posted.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion has carried.
I move to approve the minutes from the April 11, 2019 special board meeting, the April 17 and 18, 2019 regular board meeting, and the April 23rd, 2019 special board meeting as submitted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any questions or comments or corrections? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. That's the last one for today, right?
Correct.
Okay. We're going to invite President McClellan back up under
You're
the
doing great,
PGAC
Madam Chair.
agenda item.
PGA.
Yes.
Madam Chairman, I'm uneasy to be replacing Dr. Hill, presenting the Planning and Policy and Government Affairs agenda. And it's time for the biennial report from our great host, President McClellan. Thank you.
Well, again, welcome all of you. So nice to have you visiting our beautiful campus here in this gathering place, North Idaho College. We tried desperately to hold on to the clear sky, 82, 83 degree days we've enjoyed this week. They were just spectacular. As you can see, we were unable to do that, but hopefully you'll get a taste of that before you return to your respective homes. I again want to acknowledge and thank Quanah Matheson for that blessing. It really is true that we have a wonderful relationship with the Coeur d'Alene tribe, and it's one of the hallmarks of the collaboration that continues with North Idaho College and the Coeur d'Alene tribe. In fact, what you have on the screen right now is the statue of Chief Morris Antelope, an ancestral chief of the Coeur d'Alene tribe, and that was placed on our campus by the city of Coeur d'Alene just a few years ago, and it's just north of here, overlooking the headwaters of the Spokane River. If you get a chance to walk around, it's on the Centennial Trail path. Take a look at that, it's quite impressive. This year, North Idaho College graduated 854 students. The youngest was 15 years old, and the oldest was 68. 575 of them earned academic transfer degrees. 395, almost 400 students earned degrees and/or certificates in career and technical education. And when all the transcripts and all the paperwork is finalized, we will have awarded 114 associate degrees to area high school students who earn both their high school diploma and their college degree in the same semester. And I believe that's the highest of any college in the state of Idaho. 211 students received their GEDs, and we're actively pursuing those graduates to have them move into some of our other programs. So one of my favorite photos on the screen, that's from this year's graduating class, and that young man is Scott Kennedy. Scott Kennedy was one of our student government representatives this year. Very, very smart young man, had a lot of directions that he could have pursued after high school, but he chose to save money and get a quality education and have a wonderful academic and co-curricular experience here in Coeur d'Alene for the NIC for the past 2 years. Scott's transferring to Gonzaga University with substantial academic and leadership scholarships, and it's just a great example of one of our students. This is Hannah Hobart. I met Hannah this spring. She just graduated from our nursing program. She's a wife, mom with another child on the way. But what really struck me about her story, before joining the military and then serving in the military for 15 years as a security officer in the military, she worked at one of our local hospitals, and one patient, she tells the story of Charlie, that when she was doing her rounds as a janitor, she would spend time with him and talk with him, and he told her that she made his hospital stay all that much easier, and it was that conversation and that early experience that gave her the idea that she could be a nurse or much more. And just a delightful student, a good representative of our nursing population. And then this next student here is dual credit student Emma Arman. Emma graduated from Post Falls High School and North Idaho College with both an AA and a computer applications basic technical certificate. And she had a pretty well mapped out plan of what she wanted to do. But she wasn't alone. We had 92 high school students earning business technical certificates at NIC this year. Emma's business technical certificate credits went towards her AA, and she will transfer that work and attend the University of Idaho this fall. NIC's been placing a big emphasis, really precedes my arrival at North Idaho College. By the way, I'm just this month finishing my 3rd year at North Idaho College. But a big emphasis on workforce training. And this past year, we were awarded a $207,590 Workforce Development Training Fund industry sector grant to develop healthcare apprenticeships, specifically a medical assistant and patient care technician apprenticeship. This is the latest of 3 major IDOL grants we've received since 2015, totaling $892,000, a little over $892,000. What's unique about this program is it involved collaboration with several regional healthcare providers, Kootenai Health, Heritage Health, Mariman Health, the Tribes Medical Center, and others, to come together and develop a regional apprentice program, a registered apprentice program with the U.S. Office of Apprenticeship. And in this first year, we had 11 apprentices enrolled. 9 have successfully passed their certification exam and earned the credential of Certified Clinical Medical Assistant. And in this photo here, you have one of those graduates who is actually, looks like she's taking the blood pressure while on board Heritage Health mobile clinic office at Venture High School, so kind of a connection with the schools there as well. We've also been working in a pretty big way on other types of apprentice programs. This year we have 518 students in our electrical, plumbing, and HVAC apprentice program. That's a pretty big number when you consider that in 2015 that number was 247. So we've been building out that capacity. As you know, there's a lot of demand in Idaho for those skilled trades, and we've certainly been doing our part to help fulfill that. We also provide numerous opportunities for on-demand community partner training and customized training. A good example of that is this year we are conducting a pilot program with the City of Post Falls for all of their employees. These are HR training sort of things, respectful workplace, customer service, maximizing your time in the workplace. And this pilot project is then going to be built out with the cities of Coeur d'Alene, Rathdrum, and Hayden to help deal with their ongoing workforce development. On the customized training area, we're doing just a whole bunch of things around programmable logic controllers, log scaling, TIG welding, TIG welding, construction, financial management, and that sort of things. And presently we have 428 students we're touching in those customized training programs. Our Firefighter One Academy had a full roster of 16 students this year who all successfully passed their classes. Over the past 3 years, 23 of our academy students have been hired by local departments within the Inland Northwest. And on our commercial driver's license, CDL training, we just had 29 students complete the CDL program this last year. All have jobs, and we're expanding our reach with that program by partnering with Drive 509 to basically expand our CDL program. And we'll have 4 of these rigs that you see on the screen driving, will be on the road this summer. So promoting, again, workforce development in our region. We've also had a pretty heavy emphasis on career and technical education. A good testament to that, many of you have toured our Parker Technical Education Center out on the Rathdrum Prairie. If you've been there before and you were to go there now, I think you'll be very impressed. We began on a road to make that a state-of-the-art facility, and we've just about finished equipping it, and it truly is a state-of-the-art facility. We moved all of our industrial trade programs out there. And then also, I just want to mention our emphasis as the Idaho Center of Excellence in Healthcare Occupations, and I'll talk a little bit more of that as it's had an impact on our facilities when I get to the end of my presentation. But in the area of career technical education, one of the challenges that we still face is with that go-on rate in Idaho and convincing people that that's higher education and that it's quality education, and that I think Parker's a really good example of how we're trying to communicate to students who would be served by those programs that we respect that work and that we respect the students in those programs because of the high quality facilities and faculty that we're putting in front of them. I like to share a story. This winter I was driving down Highway 95 and I saw a young man with a pickup truck, and he had a blade on the front, and so he was clearing driveways or parking lots or whatever. On the back of his truck it said Windows by Dave, and in the back of the truck was another bunch of equipment that did something. It was a third occupation, I think. And I wanted to pull him over, but I knew I couldn't do that, and talk to him about our industrial millwright program. It's an 11-month program.
We will probably scholarship most of the students who are in that program, so the cost is not going to be prohibitive. And in less than a year, the students that are coming out of that program in their first year are likely to earn upwards of $80,000 a year. And so to make that connection has been a challenge, and so we've kind of had this gift given to us. It was a challenge getting the gift. We were awarded just one of 10 colleges across the United States to receive a grant from the band Metallica. And what they did was they created we've created the Metallica Scholars Program. And yes, there are t-shirts.
That's hilarious.
And what's really cool about this, when you look at our Go On problem or our Go On challenge, and having to convince students to be able to see themselves in our space, I don't think there's been anything we've done that has been more powerful than the band Metallica and their foundation. We received a $100,000 grant, basically, and we applied it towards our manufacturing and aerospace students to apply towards scholarship, towards tuition, fees, tools, transportations, childcare, all the barriers that get in the way, because a lot of these students are non-traditional learners, and a focus on single parents and return to work folks and displaced workers and whatnot. And we awarded 38 initial scholarships, had everybody show up at 8 o'clock one morning, and yes, all of them showed up at 8 o'clock to receive their Metallica Scholars Certificate, and the stories are incredible. And I had a mother of one of the students in a physical therapy appointment. She's the receptionist, and I walked in for my appointment. She said, "You gave my son a scholarship yesterday." And I said, "I did?" And she said, "He's a Metallica scholar." And she was almost welling up with tears at how meaningful that was, that her son had been recognized that way. And so it's kind of funny where you kind of serendipitously fall into the brand of Metallica and the connection with livable wage jobs in the trades and career and technical education programs is really caught on. I've heard more about this 100,000 scholarship than some of the $1 million grants that we've received. The student that you see on the screen here, this is Layton Gallagher. He lives in the Silver Valley. He was born without a left hand, but he managed to excel in high school, became a really gifted, talented athlete, was on his way, suffered a pretty serious injury, got him off track. He struggled for a few years and found his way back to Parker Technical Center out on the prairie, and now he's a top performer in that program I mentioned, our industrial millwright program, and he's also a recent Metallica scholar, and there you see another picture of him there on the screen. When I met with the Metallica Foundation people a few weeks ago, I said, I really don't care I do care, we'd like you to give us more money to sustain this, but just the brand of the band and the foundation, we want to continue to use that, and we think it's making a big difference. About 2 years ago, we asked ourselves a question: if you believe that supporting entrepreneurship and innovation is or should be a major pillar of a region's economic development strategy, what is or should the role of a comprehensive community college be? We've been answering that question for the last couple of years in earnest. And as a result of that work, which includes our Vista Center for Entrepreneurship, which is a credit-bearing certificate track in entrepreneurship. Last year we had an enrollment of nearly 100 students in that track, half of whom are high school students. It includes our Small Business Development Center and a partnership, very unique partnership with Gizmo Coeur d'Alene, a local nonprofit maker space. They were downtown Coeur d'Alene in about 2,500 square feet of space. We're building them out collaboratively in the Headland building into about 11,000 square feet, making that one of the most diverse, largest maker spaces in the Western United States. And I say building, we're building alongside of them. We're leveraging resources that both our organization and Gizmo have to bring it to a whole new level. And there's a lot of exciting impact on that, one of which is, as a result of that work, North Idaho College was named the Entrepreneurial College of the Year. We received that award in October, and that's of all the community colleges in the country. And kind of joked that we felt like we were getting an award for a car we hadn't built yet. We're still building it, and there's lots more to come. Not the least of which is we received an I6 Innovation Grant. This is about a $700,000 grant. It'll be a $1.2 million project. By the way, we received that at the same time we got the Metallica grant, and everybody wanted to hear about Metallica, and not so much about the $1.2 million program. But having said that, that grant is to help us develop a venture center. A venture center will include a rapid prototype lab. So if you think of what a makerspace is, and Gizmo working with school-age kids, maybe with Legos in first grade, all the way into FIRST Robotics in high school, and community makers who want to build and create, all the way to that high-end entrepreneur who has a product in mind and they need the equipment and the substantial equipment and material to take that idea to prototype. This venture lab is providing that equipment and mentoring to take entrepreneurs actually to product development. So it basically now in that one facility will span the entire range of maker from beginning to actual product development. And then as a result of that work, the National Association of Community Colleges for Entrepreneurship has selected North Idaho College to host. We'll be hosting what's their national conference next June in Coeur d'Alene, and it'll be a focus on entrepreneurs and maker communities at community colleges. So that'll be in 2020 here in Coeur d'Alene. I mentioned, before that slide goes away, the gentleman on the left is Dana Moore. He's our credit faculty on the entrepreneurial curriculum. And then the gentleman on the right is Ryan Arnold. He's our regional director of entrepreneurship. And if you ever get a chance to interact with either of these, Dana describes himself as a human hand grenade, and he literally thinks about education that way. How do you blow it up and innovate and do things that other people aren't doing? And as you can tell by the enrollments in his program, the students are responding. I mentioned at the beginning that we had 575 graduates in transfer programs this year. I don't want to underemphasize that long-standing role of North Idaho College in transfer education. High-quality programs and high-quality student success. We had the chance to interact with Matt and his staff this morning about some of the programs that we're putting in place, and I'll talk about those briefly here in just a second. But I wanted to just focus a moment on, highlight on North Idaho College involvement with Idaho Embry. Embry, many of you know, stands for Idea Network of Biological Research Excellence. And what this program does is provide opportunities for intense, high-quality experiences for students to get involved in laboratory research. And it's not something that you typically see at a comprehensive community college, but since 2005, we've had 221 students go through the Embry program. We're one of the biggest supporters in Idaho at the community college level of Embry. And what's important about that, not only their outcomes, which I'll share a few with you, but the students who participate in Embry, we have a 98% completion rate. We had a minor from Kellogg, Idaho, Tom Crocher, who went to NIC, then the University of Idaho, then medical school at the University of Washington with the WWAMI program. He's now an anesthesiologist. Yes, thank you.
That.
When I said this earlier, it came out just fine. Eric Hall, North Idaho College, University of Idaho graduate, was accepted in 2018 by the Idaho College of Osteopathic Medicine. And Veronica Hendricks, valedictorian out of her class of 22 students at Kootenai High School, way up north. She was an NIC and University of Idaho graduate, and she now works for the Idaho National Laboratory, and I believe that's her second from the right, standing in the back of the room in one of our labs. That is Maddie Mott. Maddie was the softball, Northwest Conference Softball Athlete of the Year, twice named All-American Player of the Year, tournament MVP in 2018 and 19, and received the Northwest Athletic Association Art Fiero Academic Excellence Award for community engagement.
And I just wanted to show that because we do a lot with athletics in a lot of our institutions. Our athletes are, on average, outperform our general student population. They are engaged in our community in service projects, a variety of service projects, working with kids, a lot of connection with Boys and Girls Club. And they are transferring to Division I and Division II schools, many of them with full scholarships. So it's a really successful pathway for many in our community who otherwise wouldn't have access to intercollegiate athletics and high-quality academic experiences, and then take that next step onto their four-year education. One of the key planning principles, we've been working on some integrated planning for quite some time now at North Idaho College, and what emerged through a lot of grassroots work and engagement throughout the college community and the community at large is one of our key concepts of a relentless commitment, a relentless focus on the student experience. And I just want to briefly share 3 examples of how that's played out in terms of strategic initiatives. So the first I'll talk about is NIC Connects. Some of you may have heard about that. NIC Connects basically is we meet students where they are in the high schools. In its simplest form, it's 5 structured visits, 5 touch points at area high schools. And throughout those touch points, students complete the entire enrollment process, including their application for state and federal financial aid. So when they leave school, they've already, and part of this was in response to the Summer Melt Challenge. From a results perspective, in year 1 of this program, we're just finishing year 2 now, we had a 25% increase in students from Region 1 high schools. That's pretty significant. And another perspective, in 2014, we had 292 high school students registered by early summer. In 2018, we had 416 students registered by early summer. So it's had a pretty big impact. We've reduced the last-minute late August registrations. And of course, that gives us more predictability in the course offerings we need to put in front of students. We have less students dropping classes, and they're more confident in the courses they're choosing and needing. And we're reducing the summer melt by getting high school students committed to their plan for the fall and registered for class prior to the summer. Students are more aware of the enrollment processes. They're experiencing those earlier, so they're more confident about that. And because we're building strong relationships between students and NIC, even those students who choose not to come to NIC right out of high school, we're seeing more of them a year later come to us and acknowledge that early experience they had with us in their high schools as a reason for coming back to NIC. They had the confidence that they knew what they needed to do to become a matriculated student. Second one I'll mention is Cardinal Central. It's the old, where do you put student services and how do you manage enrollment? And we had a problem of walking students pretty much all over campus or from office to office, and there's a lot of a challenge of having them leave your office to go to the next office and choose not to go to their car instead. And so we've done some really intense work to try to make that a lot more seamless. One expression of that is Cardinal Central. It just opened this last winter. It's truly a one-stop student services center that combines the point of contact functions of admissions, financial aid, registrar, and student finance. And the frontline staff in Cardinal Central have gone through extensive months-long training to be able to answer each staff person to answer 85 to 90% of all the questions that would come up around those services. And it really is seamless, it's efficient, and it's designed for service excellence to students. And the response we're getting from students is overwhelmingly positive. The last one I'll talk about is Cardinal Learning Commons. This is probably one of the most dramatic things that we've done at North Idaho College. Time will not do me justice to share with you the full scope of this, but I invite you to learn more. 3 components that I will mention. One is academic tutoring. So we, this year, introduced new unlimited drop-in tutoring and online tutoring, and we moved from to predominantly peer student-to-student tutoring model
to a professional tutoring model, and the results have been pretty dramatic. We saw a 56% increase in appointments this year and a 35% increase in students served over fall of 2018. So if you think about how many students do we see who didn't access those services and then end up not being successful, the quality of the service and the participation of the services are way up. Our Math Education Center, which is also in the Cardinal Learning Commons, we have a very structured way of preparing students now for placement itself. And so we have placement guidance and preparation and modules that students can work through to help them plan for the actual placement test. And of the students who participate in that service with their math placement plans, 86% have placed into a course above the initial placement that they were placed in. So if you think of that in terms of time and money, getting placement right has been pretty important for us, and we knew we needed to do work on that, and that's having a big impact. And probably one of the most important and most significant things that we've done around remediation, that perennial challenge of underprepared students, is created a course called Math 090. Math 090 is a 4-credit math class, remedial math class, but it combines Math 015 and Math 025 and has Math 108, all kind of pre-credit sort of math courses. It takes basically 2 or 3 remedial math courses and puts it into one 4-credit course, and the results have been dramatic. And the support that goes into this with mentoring and faculty assistance is another whole presentation. But just to put it in perspective, the first year results, 72% of the students passed with a score of 80% or higher into credit math. So by comparison, student success for students on the traditional path, i.e. that year or year and a half of remedial math, had historically been about 20% lower than that. And that's an average 20%, so you can imagine. And the dropout rate in the 20% for that traditional path versus just over 7% in the Math 090. So we're really confident with the early numbers that are coming on. We're going into year 2 of this, but the results of this sort of this relentless focus on the student experience around remedial math and the time it takes to complete remedial math and other remedial English and as well has been very, very substantial. Lastly, I just want to talk you might have, I hope you saw the new building on your way in. Probably noticed some landscaping happening around that. We will be opening this fall. Actually, we'll be taking possession here in a month or so. What will be known as the Bob and Leona DeArmond College and University Center. This is the collaborative use facility collaboration between North Idaho College, Lewis Clark State College, and North Idaho College. It will be the entry point to the campus for the higher education corridor, so that students coming in, there'll be front office staff there, similar to the Cardinal sorry about that, Cardinal Central, to provide kind of one-stop services to students and get them to the right institution and the right program. I hope you have a chance to join us on September 10th. We will have our ribbon cutting, and I went through the building last week, and it is absolutely spectacular. It's really a beautiful student-centered space. We were so successful with the Idaho Center of Excellence Health Occupations project and if you recall, that project was designed to increase capacity for health occupations in the state of Idaho. What that's done is we at North Idaho College, we've added several health occupations. We've expanded existing health occupations. The result of that has been that the demand for those entry lab courses, anatomy and physiology, biology, and so on, have gone through the roof. And our newest facility on campus, Meyer Health and Sciences building, can no longer keep up with that science demand. We are going to be adding about 16,000 square feet to Meyer Health and Sciences. That project is in design right now. It will create 4 additional laboratories as well as some office space. But again, furthering our commitment towards both transfer education and workforce development. And then lastly, we had some discussion on our capital planning around a gymnasium and possibility of a new gymnasium. We have taken a step back from that. We're now in a study to look at our existing Christensen Gymnasium to see if we can expand that footprint. We have some thoughts about how we can use that facility and maybe with a lot less expense meet the needs of our athletic department. That concludes my report. I'd be very happy to answer any questions you might have. And again, I welcome you to North Idaho College.
Comments, questions? Emma?
I'm interested in your combined math class. And was that just a single semester class in which the students worked and then passed the tests as effectively as if they had taken?
It's a 1 semester 4 credit class, but the design is such that students are self-paced throughout it. So we have examples of, and again, getting the placement right first is a really important step. And the way the program works is that we're not just taking a textbook and saying, learn everything in this book. It's targeting those students on where their math skills need to be addressed and only spending time with them on those math skills. And as they check those boxes, then they progress, most of them progress fairly rapidly through it. Many students finish the course before the end of the semester. In fact, they can launch into the credit math sometimes prior to getting out of that initial semester.
So they're tested on individual skills, and then you work on the skills that they lack at their own pace.
And I'm probably going to get in trouble here. There may be somebody behind me going, no, it's not like that, it's like this. But essentially, the way I understand it, students are getting feedback by the minute,
Real time.
as they're interacting with faculty and with this program to be assessed on whether they're achieving the learning or not. And so they're getting very quick feedback and able to move. And then there's also where those pain zones are, where they're not making quick progress. Then that's where faculty can get involved, because the faculty are seeing the same metrics that the students are seeing, and it's really a phenomenal approach, and it's really working well.
Thank you.
Linda?
Madam Chairman and President, I'm very, kudos to you for the number of associate's degrees. That's wonderful. I'm interested in the 92 students who also obtained business technical certificates. Are those, is that done through the CTE SkillStack program? Are those primarily computer related? Can you elaborate a little bit on those certificates?
I don't know the answer to that, but I
Maybe.
don't know, Dr. Burns, do you know the answer to that question? She's coming up, so I think
Thank
she
you.
might have an answer for you.
Board Member Clark, they are actually dual credit courses, and so it's through our dual credit program where they've earned those, so they're earning dual
So they're
credits.
actually CTE courses that they're taking?
Correct.
Along with their academic associates program?
Correct.
It's a very interesting model and one that we should be talking about more statewide.
They also are receiving an industry certificate through Microsoft for their completion as well.
So they are mostly computer related. Thank you. That was my question.
Thank you. Don?
Thanks, President Critchfield. Are we seeing any improvement on the remedial side on the incoming students, numbers-wise?
I honestly don't know the answer. I think it's been pretty stable for some time, but is it? Why don't you stay up here?
Chairman, Board Member Saltman, we are seeing pretty steady numbers in terms of the number of students who come to us needing remedial education. I think that our manner of assessing the remedial needs has improved, and so our placement has become better, which has reduced the number of students we're actually placing into remedial courses. So through the ALEX program and through our 090 class, we are seeing fewer numbers of students who are beginning, for example, at 015 for math and needing to go all through a sequence. Rather, they are selectively being placed through ALEX into the portions of math that they need, rather than having to take all of the courses. And the same is true with English. In the right class, is that right? The assessment tool we use to assess their English placement, because it is based a lot on self-efficacy, we are finding that the placement for that is much more effective than it used to be. And so how they're getting placed in is they're getting placed more appropriately into the co-requisite courses for English, and that's been more effective. So we're seeing fewer and fewer students actually in a traditional remedial class.
So we've taken, I think, and I think community colleges in general are doing this, and this is across the country, taking more responsibility for getting placement right. You know, it used to be, I mean, when placement started way back, I mean, back in the 80s, it was, you know, kind of a blunt instrument. You know, everybody gets it, doesn't matter, we're just do it, and we're going to send them, we're just going to place you based on that. And this is probably one of the most sophisticated ways I've seen to try to get it right. We always knew that it was a blunt instrument, and we're much more laser focused now on giving students an opportunity, you know, because when you look at the money that's at stake, the time that's at stake, we really do feel that we have the responsibility to get that right.
Thank you.
A two-part question, and Lita, one of them might be for you. So Rick, you mentioned the expansion of the Meyer Health Center. What programs are growing the most that's necessitated this expansion?
You want to go ahead and talk? I mean, all of our healthcare occupations are, we're expanding capacity in nursing. We now have our surgical tech programs coming online. We have just got accreditation for our physical therapy assistant and others that I'm probably leaving out.
Chair and Mr. Freeman, it is all our health professions program, but primarily it's nursing as well. As I'm sure you have been informed that the State Board of Nursing has asked all the nursing programs in the state to increase the number of nursing students they're taking, and so we plan to do that. We're moving from 32 this year to 40 both fall and spring semester in the upcoming year, and so we really get a bottleneck, particularly in anatomy and physiology, but for some of our other health professions programs in Biology 175, which is a human anatomy and physiology, a condensed version of anatomy and physiology. But also then, as we support these students in going on to their baccalaureate degrees, we are finding more and more enrollment into chemistry, physics, that sort of thing. So it really is the sciences that support our health professions programs primarily.
So the second part of my question then is, I know in the Treasure Valley and Magic Valley, the hospitals are requiring entry-level nursing is a BSN rather than RN. And is that true for Kootenai Health, and how is that being addressed, if so?
Chair and Mr. Freeman, yes, that is the trend here. We had been told that by January of 2020, Kootenai would no longer hire associate degree nurses. And we were just informed this past spring, like in March, maybe March timeframe, where they have reversed that decision. And now they're willing to continue to hire our graduates as long as they can complete their baccalaureate degree within 2 years of hire. So they have to be actively working on it. That's the model that we're working under currently, and they're willing to extend that longer. So we feel very fortunate that they've made that decision.
Thank you. Other comments or questions? You had already called attention to it earlier with the addition of the two names on your buildings, and Andy and I also noticed, I'm sure all the other board members noticed too, but we specifically talked about just that was a really, just a really great thing. And congratulations on that addition, so.
Thank you.
And I worked the hotel kid over pretty good when I checked in, because he said he had one semester left here, but he wasn't sure he was gonna finish.
And I'm sure
So-
you got his name and her contact
Oh, I'm gonna get his
information.
name. I said, you're not done with us. You've got the wrong people in your hotel to say that, so we'll get his name.
Well, thank you for that.
And you can follow up with him. So thank you. And again, thank you for hosting us. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you, thank you.
All right. We are going to move to the department's agenda, and as parting gifts, we're not going to let the soon-to-be escapees off easy, and so Mr. Soltman has happily agreed to go through the department's agenda, and Peter, if you want to come up, and others. Although I think it would be fun not to answer any question, just let him fill in the gaps.
Thanks
See
a
what he
lot.
does.
Yeah, tap dance.
That's right.
Well, thank you, President Critchfield. With Peter's help, and Peter's the chief deputy to the superintendent, so with Peter's help and other staff members, we're going to try to get through this agenda. And the first item is yours, Peter.
Thank you, Madam President. Chairman Soltman. With me today here is our Deputy Superintendent for Policy and Communications, Marilyn Whitney. And to my immediate right, our Director of Assessment, Carlin Laraway, and also Director of Certification and Standards, Lisa Colon. So I want to thank them for joining me today. Thank you for the opportunity and the privilege of being here with you folks today. Superintendent Ibarra has prepared several remarks that I am going to share with the board today, starting with developments in K-12 education. Blue ribbon and distinguished schools, specifically, we often talk about bright spots in our state, so it is my honor to be able to share with you the list of Idaho's blue ribbon and distinguished schools today. The National Blue Ribbon Schools Program recognizes elementary, middle, and high schools based on their overall academic excellence or their progress in closing achievement gaps among student subgroups. Every year, the U.S. Department of Education seeks out and celebrates great American schools, schools demonstrating that all students can achieve to high levels. The Blue Ribbon Program has been recognizing schools since 1982. Each Blue Ribbon school must have an economically disadvantaged student population of at least 40% and be chosen in one of the following categories: exemplary high-performing schools or exemplary achievement gap closing schools. Lincoln Elementary in Madison School District is a 2017-18 Idaho Blue Ribbon school. Lincoln Elementary was recognized as an exemplary high-performing school for being in the top 8% of schools in English language arts and mathematics proficiency in 2017. Burton Elementary School, also in Madison School District, was recognized as an exemplary high-performing school for 2018-19 and was in the top 5% proficiency in both English language arts and mathematics in 2018. Chief Joseph School of the Arts in West Ada Joint School District was also a 2018-19 Idaho Blue Ribbon School, recognized as an exemplary high-performing school for increasing its proficiency rate over 8% in English language arts and almost 12% in mathematics during the past 3 years. Garwood Elementary School in Lakeland School District was recognized as an exemplary high-performing school for 2017-18. Garwood Elementary outperformed over 88% of other Idaho schools in English language arts and mathematics in 2017 and improved its mathematics proficiency rate by almost 15% over a 2-year period. Moving on to distinguished schools, the National Association of ESEA State Program Administrators, formerly the National Title I Association, has been selecting examples of superior federally funded school programs for national recognition through the Distinguished Schools Program since 1996. Schools are selected by the state and each distinguished school must have an economically disadvantaged student population of at least 35% and must qualify under one of the following categories. Category 1, exceptional student performance for 2 or more consecutive years. Category 2, closing the achievement gap between student groups. And Category 3, excellence in serving special populations of students, i.e. homeless, migrant, English learners, etc. The two 2017-18 distinguished schools are Murtaugh Schools, which is School District or Joint District 418, for closing the achievement gap, meeting proficiency in both English language arts and mathematics, and Harold B. Lee Elementary School, which is in the West Side School District, recognized for exceptional student performance, being in the top 10% of Idaho schools meeting or exceeding proficiency in English language arts and mathematics. For 2018-19, the two distinguished schools are Donnelly Elementary, recognized for closing the achievement gap in mathematics performance, and Legacy Charter School, recognized for exceptional student performance. This school is in the top 10% of schools meeting or exceeding proficiency in both English language arts and mathematics. Transitioning to the State Department of Ed's recently completed post-legislative tour. This was done in early May. The tour focused mainly on the fiscal year 2020 appropriations, policy developments, mastery-based education, and the Professional Standards Commission process and code of ethics. Now, as you might imagine, there were many questions about the funding formula, definitions bill, and what new reporting is being required of districts. There was a general sentiment that administrators wanted to have input into the definitions as well as clarification of those definitions. The superintendent committed to keeping the districts informed of meetings and opportunities to provide input and feedback as the process goes forward. No Child Hungry Grant. The Idaho State Department of Education is one of 5 states nationally selected to participate in a breakfast cohort with an organization called Share Our Strengths, No Kid Hungry, to pilot a program called Breakfast After the Bell. According to the Food Research and Action Center School Breakfast Report Card, released in February 2019, only 57% of students who qualify for free and reduced meals that participate in school lunch also participate in school breakfast. Breakfast After the Bell and its goal to make breakfast more accessible to students aligns with areas of opportunity identified by the Idaho State Department of Education, such as areas such as school improvement, literacy, and school safety. The SDE has identified 2 pilot sites to participate in the program, Shadow Butte Elementary in Emmett and U-Stick Elementary in West Ada. By participating in this project, each school will receive a $15,000 award to support the expansion of school breakfast. This funding may be used to support child nutrition programs via training, creating communications to promote breakfast, and identifying and recognizing best practices. Finally, 2 last items that I wanted to share with the board here. IASA conference and the new superintendent orientation, which are quickly approaching. Our departmental staff will be participating in the Idaho Association of School Administrators Conference in early August, with presentations slated on advanced opportunities and mastery-based education. In addition, the State Department of Education will hold a new superintendent orientation preceding the IASA conference on Tuesday, July 30th from 8:30 to 4 p.m. And lastly, a safety symposium that I'd like to bring to your attention. Just a reminder for your calendars that the superintendent will be holding a school health and safety symposium on October 8th in conjunction with the Family and Community Engagement Conference. And that begins on October 7th. The events will be held at the Galaxy Center in Meridian, and we hope that you can join us. Madam President, with your permission, I'll now move on to item number 2 on the SDE's agenda. This deals with the hardship status of Albion Elementary School. And probably some of you will recall this is an annual information item regarding the hardship status for Albion Elementary School in Cassia County School District 151. This was first approved by the State Board in October 1999, but requires an annual report. No action is required unless the board chooses to rescind the hardship status. Conditions supporting the October 1999 decision to approve the Albion Elementary School as a hardship elementary school have not changed.
Any questions for Peter on either the superintendent's report or the Albion School? Okay, with that, we'll go to tab 3. Tab 3 is a proposed rule. This rule came out of the Professional Standards Commission, and every year they review about 20% of their rules. And so that's how this proposed rule came up for review. And with that, I think I'll let Lisa talk to it.
Excuse me.
Chairman Saltman, President Critchfield, board members. Yes, the proposed rule actually includes the 20% that the Professional Standards Commission reviews on an annual basis. In addition to that, you will also see there was some rule changes on alternative authorizations as well as Code of Ethics. There's an example provided under the Code of Ethics in reference to donors choose, as those become school districts and teachers are receiving money or gifts, and so they wanted to make sure that they included that particular example as one of the Code of Ethics. And then also further clarifying alternative authorization and removing some of the barriers within that.
Okay, thank you. And with that, I'd like to go to motion.
Please.
And there are two motions here. First motion, I move to adopt the revised Idaho standards for initial certification of professional school personnel as submitted in attachment 2.
Second.
Is there any discussion on the motion or questions? All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.
The second motion involves the rule itself, and the motion that I'm about to read is an amended motion. So that would be, I move to approve proposed rule 0802021902, rules governing uniformity, submitted as attachment 1 with the exception of section 42.
Is there a second on the motion?
I don't know if we need explanation
I would
of section
ask
42.
for that, sure.
Lisa?
Board Member Saltman, President Critchfield. Upon reading the staff comments, of which I received on Friday, Mrs. Bent and I discussed that the section 42, as worded, reenacted some language that may be prohibitive. And so upon agreement, we would remove that section at this point, and then we will further clarify that, come back during the public comment period to ensure that we haven't unintentionally prohibited anything.
Okay, thank you for the explanation. Other questions on that discussion? All right, the motion has been made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? I didn't hear anyone, so, all right, our motion carries.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Lisa, for the clarification. Tab 4, temporary and proposed rule, IDAPA 080203, again, rules governing thoroughness. And this is has to do with the science assessment. Lisa, do you want to? Oh, I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman,
yeah.
With your permission, we'd have Director Laraway answer that.
Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you.
That's okay, I'll share with Lisa. For the record, my name is Cardlin Laraway. I'm the Director of Assessment and Accountability for the State Department of Education. What you have before you is a rule to do two things. One is to adopt extended content standards, science, core content connectors. These standards are for students with significant cognitive disabilities, and those are developed in alignment to our general education standards to ensure that students with significant disabilities have access to general education curriculum as their peers do. They are developed, these standards before you were developed by a team of Idaho educators, both special education educators as well as science educators. to promote how students with significant disabilities engage in the content standards and follow a learning progression. The other item in this docket would also then change and inform some changes to our science assessment. And if it pleases the board, I can go through a quick presentation before you now to explain how we've come to this rule change specifically.
Is there any,
You want to go through the presentation?
you tell me what you'd like to do.
People
Okay.
are nodding their heads.
All right.
Okay. So currently, before we get into the crux of the proposed rule, I want to provide a little context. The ESEA, Elementary Secondary Education Act, and the reauthorization of ESSA require states to administer a science assessment aligned to our general education standards once in elementary, middle school, and high school. And currently, Idaho is administering a science assessment in grades 5, 7, and our end-of-course assessment in high school is a biology or chemistry assessment, which allows students the choice. I would draw your attention to the slide that indicates in bold letters, all students are assessed on the same set of standards in those grade bands. And currently, the option to allow students in high school to choose their assessment course of biology or chemistry is out of compliance with the ESEA and the authorization of ESSA, as well as our peer review findings, which I've provided here a brief synopsis of that. So our general science assessment received partially meets requirements in the most recent peer review submission, 2018. We are out of compliance, specifically in that high school assessment, because we are not assessing students, all students in high school, on the same set of standards. We have a condition placed on our Title I funds, and we've asked the U.S. Department of Education and received, for a temporary period of time, a waiver from that requirement while we develop our new assessment, because during this time of peer review, we were in the process of adopting new science standards. So Idaho has until December 2020 to comply or come into compliance or near compliance with this requirement, and we're in the process of doing that now. So as we shift to, I think, the standards, let's see if this keeps going. Science education used to be siloed into different content areas. You would go to your physical science class and learn how to calculate velocity and acceleration of objects and how those objects comprised of atoms. You might go to your life science class and learn the parts of a cell, and then you might go to your earth science class and study rocks. There are similarities in these siloed content areas. In each one, you formed questions about the natural world, you designed and carried out experiments that collected data, you analyzed that data and wrote lab reports that summarized all of those findings. Each one of those skills filled up your content area silos. In our new assessment standards, scientists through practice certain habits of mind in order to engage and explain the natural world. For example, no matter if you're a physicist, a biochemist, or a geologist, of which I am none, after you've carried out your investigation, you'll look for and identify patterns in data to explain those cause and effect relationships between all of the variables. You might define the parameters of the system you studied and monitor changes that occur within it as you change inputs at different scales. You create mathematical or visual models to demonstrate and explain the function of certain structures. All in all, these habits of mind or ways of approaching and explaining the world allow scientists and scientifically literate individuals to clarify and engage with understanding and improve our natural world. So these would be throughout and embedded in each of those content areas. The new Idaho Science Standards aim to shift science education to incorporate all three of those dimensions. Because science is not just silos of memorized facts, science is more than a set of skills practiced in certain settings. It is comprised of themes that cut across and incorporate all the content areas and practices. And science is a school of thought that allows individuals to comprehend and advance our world. The more students practice engaging in these themes, the better prepared they will be to demonstrate their scientific skill through various assessment means and become productive, scientifically literate individuals in our society. So I think as a background of this, as we shift now to thinking about our assessment, that helped inform some of our feedback with stakeholders. And I keep clicking, but we'll see if this keeps going. There we go. So throughout the development of not only the standards, but also initially as that conversation was starting, we had many conversations with stakeholders about, as we shift to these new standards and this idea of themes and cross-cutting concepts, how do we change our focus from an assessment that is currently administered as a multiple choice test to really demonstration or performance expectations of students. So we engaged stakeholders in many ways for a very long period of time as we started thinking about this shift in the standards and looking ahead to the shift in the assessment. So as our stakeholders have had this input, before you what you see is a shift in our current assessment in middle school in grade 7 to grade 8. We're proposing this shift because in middle school, the grade band seems a logical consideration to ensure students have covered the content areas. It also I think deflects back to course sequencing at the local level. Some districts may have an earth science course in 6th grade, some may not do earth science until 8th grade. Some of our schools, elementary schools, still in 6th grade, or 6th grade is still in our elementary buildings. So those shifts really honor, I think, our local education agencies. The greater, I think, conversation takes place when we think about a high school assessment. We wanted to ensure students have content standards in all domains of science. That was important to the stakeholders we spoke with. There's a discussion about the shift of physical science or life science or earth science and which one is the priority. And the idea that one assessment specific to that we currently have, an end of course assessment in, say, biology or in chemistry, would limit the scope or the value of all of the science domains. So stakeholder feedback really had informed this discussion that a comprehensive assessment was the most valued in Idaho for Idaho students. And then we go to the question of when. When do we assess in high school? And the appropriate grade level to administer an assessment takes on a lot of conversation. And so the considerations were made really to, again, honor and respect course sequencing at the local level when students may take a biology or chemistry class in high school. And that varies greatly. There is really no one-size-fits-all in our state. That is different everywhere, and different based on student pathways as well. So based on those considerations and the idea that we wanted to have a comprehensive assessment, the proposal is to move the high school assessment as an end-of-course assessment taken at the completion of a course to a comprehensive assessment in grade 11. So all of that, just as a reminder, one-time funding was appropriated by the legislature to help us develop this assessment, and we received that last July. And we have been really moving quickly to make sure we comply with that requirement from the U.S. Department of Ed to meet this, the ESSA requirements and the peer review requirements to have one assessment for all students, specifically in high school. But it makes sense to make these other changes in grade level in the middle school setting now. We are in an item sharing group with 8 other states to develop an Idaho-specific assessment. The benefit of this is a shared cost amongst all states, and the benefit of a larger item bank or number of questions that our students may see. But Idaho specifically will develop and decide on the items that are on their test form. So Idaho educators have been reviewing items for over a year and developing items, which is a really exciting opportunity. And our bias and sensitivity committee is also going to review each of these items before they're on an Idaho test form. A typical item development or assessment development cycle is a number of years. There's a lot of steps in this. We've condensed this. Typically, it's a 3 to 5 year process, and we are really fast tracking into a 2-year process. So to highlight and close out, just so you all know where we're headed, in spring 2019, just this past May, we conducted an embedded field test. We added a few new science items to 5th grade assessment, to the existing 5th grade assessment, to see what students thought. And the feedback was, wow, these are really different. It's not a multiple choice question. I get to think about it differently. I get to interact with the item. We also had a voluntary field test in grade 8. We had several districts and schools participate, completely voluntary, representing about 25% of our 8th grade students in the state, just under 4,000. So we're really excited about that. And that turned out to be a great feedback opportunity to hear students think about that test as they go forward in their into high school this year. The plan going forward would be, again, a spring 2020 field test in elementary, middle, and high school. We will not report student, school, or district results in that field test. This is simply an opportunity for us to say, did we develop a quality assessment? Do the items perform well for all students? And get feedback from our students and educators. And then in spring 2021, administer for the first time the operational assessment, again in elementary school in grade 5, middle school in grade 8, and high school in grade 11, with standard setting completed after that and results released in late summer, early fall of that year. And with that, I would stand for any questions.
So I have a couple of questions. The 11th grade test, was that high stakes?
Board Member Saltman, Madam President, at this time, science assessment is part of the state's accountability system as a reported element, but is not used in school identification, and there are no graduation requirements for students to reach proficiency on a science assessment.
Okay, and then this is new language, at least to me, Idaho Core Content Connectors. Is that the siloed approach that you referred to?
Board Member Saltman, Madam President, the core content connectors is actually specifically in reference to the extended content standards for students with significant disabilities. So we're really talking about two separate things. So the core content connectors are the salient parts of our general education standards in science that are appropriate and can be scaled for students with significant disabilities. And we call them connectors to the core content or to our Idaho core standards in science, because that's also a requirement in ESSA that students with significant disabilities, their assessment be based or aligned to our general education assessment.
Richard?
I'm trying to bring up my memory of the arguments about 10th versus 11th. And it seems to me that your argument about 10 was it gave you some opportunity to affect the child's education before they left. Obviously, if you're given the test spring of 11, there is no opportunity really to change that student's trajectory before they leave school. Could you help me with that? Why the 11th versus the 10th?
Board Member Westerberg, Madam President, members of the board, that is the challenging question. And I think it really in the science conversation goes to how are we using this assessment? What are we doing with this information? There's a tremendous emphasis on STEM education and a transition, I think, across the country in terms of the scientific literacy of students. And so thinking about how we want to measure that, when we look across the state and the various course offerings and when students take an assessment, in the science domains, if we're going to have a comprehensive assessment in physical science, life science, and earth science, it didn't make sense to assess students on content they may not see until later in their course sequence. So 11th grade seems the most appropriate. I think when we think about informing or intervening for students who may be behind in other content areas like math or reading or in English language arts, that discussion, I think, focuses more on some of that area of coursework, which I think also lends itself into science as well, because students have to have literacy skills to read test items in other content areas and the mathematical computation skills, even in science, to perform in a science assessment. So I think that can go hand in hand.
Well, Madam President, I'm certainly not pushing back against that. I'm just trying to understand, because it really depends on what we're using this assessment for. And I can't believe that we don't want some element of the assessment to help us inform how we educate the student. And I also understand the argument about it's tough to test them on something they haven't had. And certainly from science perspective, they haven't had much science by the spring of the 10th grade. So I get that, but it's not a trivial question.
Linda?
Madam President, I think as also as a follow-up to Mr. Westerberg's topic, we all remember the great hue and cry about adding any other testing to grade 11, because of the pressures that are already on high school students. So what sort of response have you gotten to the notion of adding another test in 11th grade? It was loud, and it came from all sectors around the state, so.
Board Member Clark, Madam President, members of the board, that has been loudly swayed or discussed. I think a lot of folks thought about the one science assessment standing alone, separate from English language arts and math, which we administer in grade 10. A lot of brainstorming from schools, districts, folks, as we talked with folks across multitudes of meetings and in various formats and with different stakeholder groups. And a lot of people thought, okay, the science assessment, we could add on to the end of the SAT school day. If we needed to, we could brainstorm that. It doesn't add a lot because it doesn't have, it's not assessed in every grade level. It doesn't have the same structure as the ISAT math and English language arts in terms of being used in the accountability system other than for reporting purposes. I think took a little pressure off of schools in thinking through that. But certainly we expect a great deal of public comment during that period. We expect a lot. We received the most significant feedback from science educators, those that may teach physics or chemistry, saying if you only do a life science course or assessment, then is my instruction of value to students, and will students take my courses seriously as they take other courses? And I think that was a resounding consideration by all stakeholders in bringing forward, this notion of grade 10 or grade 11 and a comprehensive assessment. So,
Richard?
Again, I'm trying to prompt my memory, but it seems to me there was some discussion at some point in time of the college entrance exam tests, trying to incorporate the core standards, Idaho core standards, in such a way that we could use those college entrance exam tests for the accountability tests.
Yeah.
Is that thought's just gone away, or they're not making any progress, or what?
Carlene?
Thank you for the question, Board Member Westerberg, Madam President. The use of a high school or a college entrance exam in lieu of a high school assessment for accountability is allowed under the Every Student Succeeds Act. It is a possibility. States across the country are looking at that, and many have moved in that direction. Idaho had great discussions during the development of our ESSA plan for that very specific purpose. But our delay in moving in that direction, I think, was predicated on a couple of things. And specifically, the idea that a college entrance exam is not fully aligned to Idaho standards. And that is one of the requirements for peer review, for your assessment to pass peer review, is that it must be aligned to your state standards. So we let other states sort of take that road first to see how that played out. And many states have gone that direction, have received feedback from their peer review, and those are the findings, that they need to augment their tests or they need to enhance their assessments to close that gap of what assessment standards are assessed and what those that are not, that are in their state standards. The SAT is one assessment. Obviously, they do not have a science section. They have evidence-based reading and writing and mathematics. The ACT does have a science assessment and has, but I have not seen which states have used their science assessment as their high school science test at this point.
Richard, about 3 years ago, maybe 4, this board, the people that were here then, had a very good discussion on 10th or 11th grade ISAT as a college entrance exam with components of the science. And so I think there's been some other conversations, and it's been requested that the Accountability and Oversight Committee take up some type of conversation on where are we with all of this, where would we, we as in the state, not this we here, but where do we want to head with that? And so to be clear, because I don't want the motion is for a change in the testing year, correct? And in the assessment, not on the standards. I just, because sometimes those things they hold hands when they shouldn't. And we don't, Marilyn, I'm sure what's your communication going to be if the board moves this direction? Just, how would you like to make sure that there's a separation of what it is that we're being asked to decide today?
Appreciate that question, Madam President. Our communication, I think, is going to focus on several things. Back to Carlin's point about the importance of STEM education, science is often the subject area that gets neglected. And so getting new science standards in place was really important, and you all know that that was a difficult path. And then being able to tell where our students, what they've learned by the time they get to the end of their junior year is equally important as they're looking at a post-secondary pathway. And to Richard's point, yes, it will tell those students if, they're planning to go into pre-med, but they don't score well on the biology portion of that test, they might want to take another biology course when they're a senior. So we'll focus on those kinds of messages around, how are we best serving students? The other point I think we're going to make is that this isn't really adding an assessment. Students already have to take an EOC, an end-of-course assessment, at the high school level. All we're suggesting here is that it be a more comprehensive assessment to really help students and parents understand, what their students' achievement and proficiency level is.
Thank you. Emma?
I wonder if you could help me understand this a little better. I believe it was mentioned in your presentation that you were testing on the basis of 6 credits of science. Is that what I understood? What are the state graduation requirements for science?
Board Member Ashley, Madam President, members of the board, there are 6 science credits required in high school in order to receive a high school diploma, and 4 of those are lab-based credits. And so great discussion around the basis of that. Those credits can be taken anytime in 9th grade through your high school senior year, but the assumption or sort of the general idea of, I don't think there was a stakeholder out there who even wanted to suggest we do an assessment in grade 12 for science and just a general conversation. So looking at the landscape and when students might complete those course sequences, those 6 credits, 11th grade made a good ending point in time.
Well, but they don't have to take those 6 credits in grades 9, 10, and 11. I mean, they have a further opportunity as seniors. But this test seems to indicate that every student is going to take 6 credits of science before they become a senior, which sometimes leaves the students who are seniors and have done well with nothing to take
no incentive.
No incentive and no serious or really a heavy load. They quit when they're through with their first semester, and that I just wondered how your timing, you see that affecting that possibility, or the fact that you have to balance when a student takes the courses with when the test is administered and what the administration of the test at that point, why it's better at that point than at another point.
Carlin.
Board Member Ashley, Madam President, the consideration of when a student should be assessed obviously is really about when will they have their content covered and be able to perform their very best and demonstrate their knowledge of Idaho's science standards. Some of our students are receiving high school credit for chemistry or biology classes as early as 8th grade. They're advanced placement opportunities as well as dual credit coursework. So the notion that the assessment would drive course sequence and instruction for students, or that they may or may not take classes in their senior year in science, I don't think is going to influence student selection of their elective courses or their completion courses, those that are required for graduation. And the way that the assessment items are developed, If a student has some basic foundation of research and inquiry and understands those themes that are embedded across all of those content areas. I might not have taken an astronomy class. I may not have a complete knowledge or background of earth science, but because of the way that the assessment is developed, students would have the ability to approach the content that they may have missed within the context of their skills and demonstrating their scientific research, inquiry, and the ability to do and conduct analysis as well. So we're really hopeful that this will inform some of that information for us, give us more information back about how students are sequencing through courses, identify gaps, and if perhaps there is an idea that students don't have enough content knowledge by the time 11th grade and they've taken that assessment, this group could decide to change that. But I think at this point, this is the right, what we heard from stakeholders, this is the time that they'd like to see that.
No,
Go ahead.
Sorry. I'm not so worried about the person that is going to take a senior class test and pass it in the 8th grade as the one who is struggling to pass a basic science course as a freshman or sophomore, and the opportunities that they have to advance their scientific knowledge through high school. That's all. Thank you.
I think you have two sides of a coin here with Richard and Emma, and I guess the question is, what is it that you want the assessment to demonstrate? If it's what more work, or that didn't come out right, what additional help does a student need, then it's a 10th grade solution. If it's an assessment of what they've learned, then it's a 12th grade assessment. And so, I mean, you don't have to, and maybe you don't know. I guess what we'll be voting on, but we will be, the motion will be to start the process. And then the feedback that you receive, you'll come back to us at that point to say this, and maybe what I just presented as a question will be addressed in some way, through feedback from the field. Linda.
Is there Madam President, is there an alternative to this? Could this, would we be allowed to assess students with this measure when they had completed their sixth, their third course or their 6th credit? Whether that
Regardless
happened,
of the time.
instead of saying everyone takes this in 11 or everyone takes this in 12, saying this is a standard test, everyone will take it, but they will take it at the conclusion of their 3rd course.
Interesting.
Madam President, Board Member Clark, the feedback actually that came up in one of our stakeholder group meetings with science educators and some administrators, and the idea of letting students take the assessment at the conclusion of their 2nd lab-based course rather than the 3rd or 6th credit. There may be students taking elective credits that may not be a specific content domain area, so it made sense to schools. So that could be an option, and that could be something to consider. The feedback at that time from administrators was, if we have to track which students have completed that assessment at various times through high school, it becomes a little bit of a burden. But I think that the idea of assessing students at the appropriate time far outweighs that benefit for districts, and districts would do that if that was best for students.
And Madam President, I think counselors are tracking credits every day.
Yes.
And I'm just wondering if that might not be a way to negate the issue of which grade it fits in, rather to say when a student has completed a requisite amount of instruction. And the lab thing appeals to me better than what I said originally. When they've completed their 2nd lab class, they take this test. Would perhaps, I mean, one of the issues with what grade it goes in and the addition of another test is when everybody has to take it, it becomes a very big challenge for big systems to have the space, the time, and everything to have all students take it. So it just occurred to me that might be a way to negate some of those concerns. Richard?
Well, again, probably an ignorant question on my part. We've been decoupling each one of the segment tests. So English language arts will be given at a different time than the science component? Is that what you're saying?
I'm going to ask you to restate your question. I'm not sure I follow. or maybe I'll try to restate what I think I heard you say. If students are assessed in English language arts annually in grades 3 through 8 and once in high school, and we currently administer that in grade 10. And that is a 10th grade assessment aligned to 10th grade English language arts standards, as well as math, aligned to math standards in 10th grade. The science assessment in high school and the standards in high school aren't specifically grade level standards. They're really a spiral together of content that builds in a sequence in whatever way students take their courses. So following a course sequencing that I did in high school a number of years ago, biology, chemistry, and then my elective class, I think was astronomy, as an earth science course, but it wasn't called earth science. And so I hope my high school astronomy teacher isn't listening because I've clearly forgotten it. So I think that's a normal course sequencing. Some of our students are taking chemistry in 9th grade and taking dual credit biology in their sophomore year, and then moving through advanced, maybe taking physics or even dual credit chemistry as they progress. That was my daughter's track. So just thinking of some of those common tracks. But the specific nature of the science standards isn't grade level specific. That's where this decision of a comprehensive assessment across all of the domains, rather than at a specific grade, is really a difficult, or was sort of the balance in the question that we posed to the field.
I think you're hearing some good feedback from this group that there are concerns. It certainly isn't about assessing the student and what they know, but at what point. And so I guess we can continue to discuss, of course. We can also move forward on a motion to start the process, or we could amend a motion. There's some.
Madam President, I clearly think that's a good idea to get it out there as a rule to let people look at it, and I suspect you'll get some comments. And then it come back. I got to tell you, if we were voting on doing this today, my vote would not be positive because I've not been convinced. But I think we need to let people see what it is and respond.
So this does go to a 21-day comment period.
So the projection would be to bring it back at the August meeting? Is that with the associated recommendation? Okay, and I believe we have the ability then also to see the comments and so forth. Andy, you've been quiet. What do you think?
The excellent, robust dialogue. I think it does come down to the question, Madam President, that you raised, which is what's the purpose? And I've been trying to divine that through all of the answers that we've been hearing, plus what we read before. And to the extent, as Richard said, that our whole purpose is to try and close any gaps, then waiting till the tail end of it really doesn't meet that purpose. So if that's our purpose, if the purpose is to see how we're doing as a state, then I guess you do want to see where we're at the end. And I don't know that I've heard a strong purpose statement yet that clearly states this is the reason we do this.
Would anyone like to respond to that? Marilyn?
Madam President and Board Member Scoggin, I will just say that your discussion really mirrors the discussion that happened during a day-long meeting of stakeholders. The Assessment Advisory Committee had all of these questions, and I will tell you that they didn't have a perfect answer. They did reach consensus around comprehensive, a lot more discussion around at what grade level is that most appropriate. And so being able to get it out there to more eyes, get more feedback, and be informed by that, I think will, we hope, help the board in the August meeting.
As the State Department of Education in Idaho, what is your purpose? What is your goal with the assessment?
I'll let Carlin and Peter chime in, but I don't think, the conversation was they want to do both. I mean, they want to make sure that we know where students are, but they also want to give students at least an opportunity in their senior year to try to remediate if there's an area that they're interested in pursuing but perhaps aren't quite ready to. And so I would say it's both. And again, it goes back to that question of then at which grade level is it most appropriate? And they had all of these same conversations around the other assessments that are going on. How do we make sure it's not too burdensome for students or too difficult to administer? And they did have the conversation around doing it after that second lab class.
Thank you. Carlin?
I would just echo, thank you, Madam President, what Ms. Whitney said in terms of the purpose of the assessment. It really is a measure of our standards to see how well our students are doing in meeting those standards or those expectations of what students know and can do in science. And also the idea that students would have time, if they're interested in a scientific field of study, to have additional time if they do have gaps in their learning. And so appropriately placing that assessment is difficult to do both at the same time.
Well,
Peter, anything you'd like to add?
No, I would just echo that. Thank you.
Emma?
But I think Richard asked a question that I don't think I heard the answer to. This test is not going to be administered along with the math and English comprehensive test that is given at the 10th grade. This is an entirely different consequence and a different sequence and a different test, and the timing is not as critical for the students. Is that correct?
Board Member Ashley, Madam President, the science assessment, again, is not a grade level specific assessment, and the English language arts and math assessments that we administer in grade 10 are aligned to grade 10 standards, and the science assessment will be a high school assessment across the content areas in science, and that looks very different. Because the science domains, life science, physical science, and earth science can be done at any grade level within the high school band of time. It isn't a specific grade level in which every student takes life science. So to say that they're the same, that they can't be extrapolated out or separate from English language arts and math is absolutely true because of the way the standards are written, because of the way the assessment would be administered.
Yeah, right.
So my question boils down to, these students are going to take this test at a different time?
Yes.
And that's yes.
Potentially could if the committee or if the board and stakeholders recommend a grade 11 assessment. If we go with an alternative to that, it could be at the same time or it could be earlier.
So this is separate than the ISAT?
Yes.
Right.
So the ISAT has the federally required English, math.
That's what I'm trying to
Yep. So
point out.
you're right, yes.
Okay. Or
You're on the right
understand.
road, yes.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
Other questions or comment?
well, the only thing I was going to say, what we haven't talked about is the third party that has to agree that what we're doing is appropriate. Because I think we could design a better way of getting to the end result here if it didn't have to have federal concurrence.
Well, what do we on the science? Have to have, this is outside of, does the science, that's not included in the ESSA requirements, is it?
Madam President and Board Member Westerberg, science is does not have to be included in your accountability system, but the assessment must meet federal requirements for quality, alignment to your standards, technical reliability and validity, and must assess all students in the same set of standards.
Which means you can't use the ACT here.
Okay, that's what you're getting, okay, right, okay,
Ready for motion?
I'm ready.
please.
Two motions. I move to approve the Idaho Core Content Connectors Science as submitted in attachment 2.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion of the motion. Again, this sets us in motion with the process. All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Hearing none opposed, the next motion, please.
I move to approve temporary and proposed amendments to IDAPA 080203 as submitted in attachment 1.
Second.
The motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye.
And the motion is unanimous. Thank you. We'll be paying as close attention as you all are, so please keep us updated if there are things that we miss on our own. Don.
Okay, tab 5 is a Lewis Clark State College non-traditional route to certification. And who wants to talk to this? Peter?
Mr. Chairman, Madam President, I would ask again that our Director of Standards and Certification, Lisa Cologne, speak to that.
Thank you, Board Member Saltman. I forgot, for the record, my name is Lisa Cologne Durham. I'm the Director of Certification and Professional Standards. The proposal here is from Lewis Clark State College for a non-traditional route to certification. I also believe there's going to be a sister proposal tomorrow on a different agenda item, and forgive me if I don't remember exactly, but I believe it's the PPGA agenda item, in which the previously approved College of Southern Idaho Alternative Authorization Content Specialist Mastery-Based Pathway also be converted to a non-traditional route.
Say that again 10 times.
I did it once, tongue twister. One of the things since that original pathway was originally approved that we have discovered, and you can see in the notes from the Professional Standards Commission, that possibly that route is actually more fitted to a non-traditional route. And so upon that, that's why Lewis Clark State College is hoping to get a non-traditional approval versus the alternative authorization. This actually will streamline the process and will actually reduce some barriers. As you know, the alternative authorization must be renewed annually. So we're also looking at, in the non-traditional field, you can, once you meet some very specific requirements, an interim certificate is provided, and then they have 3 years in order to meet those requirements. And so this actually will streamline that and provide a lot of the support for the district. So we're very excited to be able to look at this particular route more along the non-traditional side.
Any questions for Lisa?
Andy?
Thank you. This week, Hewlett-Packard announced some findings from a statewide, more than 1,000-person survey, parents, teachers, et cetera, of the education status in the state. And I know Maryland was at one of the presentations they did. Pete was as well, yeah. And one of the things that I was surprised to hear was that, that this came primarily from the parents, that there was real concern, especially in rural areas, but throughout the state, of the percentage of people in a teaching position that have come through non-traditional routes and alternative certifications. Are you hearing the same thing that they had heard, and how does that tie into this proposal?
Lisa?
Board Member Scoggin, Madam President, believe it or not, I actually hear both sides at our department. We hear where we can't attract and we don't have enough teachers, and where can we get them? And then we do hear some situations in which the teachers that are prepared from different routes are underprepared, for lack of a better word. And so I think this particular option here with this non-traditional route, both CSIs and LCSCs, is a great pathway in which you're getting support not only at the district level, but also at the educator preparation program, and there's some mentoring that will actually be provided at the EPP and the district partnership. So I think it will actually strengthen the preparation. The other thing I will add is that not all alternative authorizations are prepared through a non-traditional route. One of the things that my office is trying to do is be very clear between a non-traditional route and an alternative authorization. And what I mean by that is that we do have about 900 alternative authorizations, and various educator preparation programs are used all the way from our 7 local colleges to out-of-state colleges and universities, and our non-traditional routes such as American Board and TFA, with the hope of these 2 will add 2 additional non-traditional routes to that option. So the idea that we're looking at is that the standards are still met by the end of that. So again, I know I didn't really answer your question specifically. I think a lot of it goes on both ends. You see them where we need people and we don't have them, so help us. And let's do the best we can at getting them to meet the requirements. And then you have that where maybe they're not prepared enough.
Andy, I will add to that, not being familiar with as much with the Lewis Clark non-traditional path, but more with CSI, I think that it actually strengthens the quality portion of that. These programs, and the one running through CSI, was designed for people who have that content knowledge and have experience and have value that they can add in the classroom, but perhaps lack some of the classroom management or actual instruction strategies that are needed to be successful. And so it's taking half, you've got half of that as the individual, then the institution, we're going to provide this other needed part, rather than the alternative could be someone who didn't already have a degree, didn't have the experience, but has decided to become a teacher. And we do want those people, but these programs are specifically designed for people who have education, training, experience within a particular subject. And then now let's add that layer of classroom instruction to it. Did I explain that?
Thank you.
Yes.
At least, okay.
Yeah.
Don?
Just as an observation, having been on the PSC and now the board, there seems to be, though, a built-in bias by educators against these non-traditional routes, if you will. So, I mean, that's something we've got to work on.
Lisa, yes.
Board Member Saltman, Madam President, we do hear that from the field, and one of the things that my office right now is working on is some clear delineation between when these candidates are prepared non-traditionally, as President Critchfield explained, there's some content knowledge that's there, but then there needs to be this kind of boot camp of sorts of, we need to teach them pedagogy, we need to make sure that they know how to deliver that content to kids, and then also the ability to manage the classroom and provide instructional strategies. But these candidates are learning that on the job, where from a traditional preparation program, they're getting a lot of experience prior to being on the job. And so one of the things that we're trying to do is have a clear guidance to local education agencies of what support do they need to be providing during those 3 years. We just finished a standards review last week, and the outcome of that will be hopefully, I don't know exactly what we're going to call it yet, and again, we'll be presenting it to the state board once it's done, but it's going to be a kind of a working guide or guideline or requirements for local school districts, because when a local school district hires an individual that's non-traditionally prepared, they're accepting some responsibility of preparation for them as well on the job. And so it's just about communicating what those expectations are and what are the things that those candidates need. The data that we're also seeing is if they're not provided that, they leave the profession, further exasperating the retention efforts. So we need to get them in and we need to keep them there. And so our office is really looking at what do we need to do to provide support for these candidates so that they'll stay.
Lisa, in my mind, the district is accepting all of the responsibility, right? As far as support, mentoring, whatever. The local district is essentially, they're hiring, they're approving folks, whether they have a certificate and they've come through the traditional route, the non-traditional, the alternate, or whatever. The burden really and the accountability is on the district to ensure that the quality, there's quality in the person that they choose to hire. I mean, as a state board, we can approve programs, but ultimately it is a local board and it's a local administrator who is responsible for ensuring that the instruction to the student is the same as anyone else who's been working in the field, that they have the same supports. That's how I look at it.
President Critchfield, absolutely correct, and that's regardless of preparation.
Linda, did I see a hand?
Well, Madam President, I was just going to say, we're in a catch-22 here. We really need these programs. I think the institutions are working very hard to make them high-quality programs. As an example, at the subcommittee yesterday on the teacher pipeline, there was a superintendent on the phone of a rural district who has 10 teachers in his district. 4 are in this program, including his entire special education staff. That's the reality of life in the rural districts. And so we need to do, I think we need to do a lot in communicating and addressing the concerns that parents may have about the quality of these teachers, because it's a reality that Idaho has to have these programs, and it's incumbent on us to make sure that they're of the highest quality that they can be.
Thank you.
Ready for motion? I move to accept LCSC's addendum proposal and to approve the proposed program as amended in Attachment 4 as a non-traditional route to certification.
Is there, it's been seconded by Emma. Discussion? All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And our last item under the department is emergency provisional certificates. And I can go straight to motion if you'd like.
Sure.
There's a whole list of names here. I move to accept the recommendation of the PSC, Professional Standards Commission, to issue one-year emergency provisional certificates for Julian Willis, Michael Knight, Allison Whited, Shala Ruffage, Nicholas J.O., Leland Johnson, Felipe Navarro Alvarez, Maria Hamblin, Christopher Berger, Weston Smith, Steffi Pavey, to teach the content area and grade ranges at the specified school districts as provided herein for the 2018-2019 school year.
I second the motion.
Been seconded. Discussion on the motion, and maybe just a very brief, Lisa, if you want to provide where we've just talked about provisional, alternate, traditional, non-traditional, clarification as to why this is different than the others.
Board Member Saltman, President Critchfield. The emergency provisional is a different situation in which there is an allowance in Idaho code that allows for, in very special circumstances where they can't find anybody, they can't find anyone that would be on an alternative authorization. They have to have a baccalaureate degree. In these emergency situations, they can hire an individual to serve as the teacher of record in that content area with at least 2 years of college education. And 2 years as defined by the State Board of Education is 48 credits. I believe that's correct. So in these individuals, as you can see, the Professional Standards Commission vets these packets, these applications. They look at what were the hiring, how long did they hire, what is the area of need. The school board of the local education agency also needs to declare an emergency in order to hire these candidates. And as you can see, a lot of these candidates actually go above and beyond the 48 credits. Some of them do have baccalaureate degrees, but these are for individuals that are not wanting to pursue certification. It's usually temporary, 1 year. It just allows the school district to have somebody in there as the teacher of record for that year while they're still looking for hire.
Now, we, the board, took action at the April meeting. Would you remind us of what that was, Lisa?
Board Member Saltman, President Critchfield. There were some guidelines on direction that was given to the Professional Standards Commission on vetting these applications. I will add that the ones that we will bring to the June board meeting in the future will have very specific circumstances. However, that decision was made after the April PSC meeting, which is why you're seeing some of these. We have a different timeline in which we have to run where agenda items need to go 4 weeks prior to a State Board of Education meeting. And so we have to kind of backtrack some of these. And so our hope is in the future you will not see as many proposals at the June board meeting, because what will happen is we will let the districts know that the only ones that we will bring forward at the June board meeting will be for anyone that they lost after January 1st. So we do have situations in which, as many of you know, where an educator may leave mid-contract. I can tell you, I think I heard a situation last year where they left on May 15th. And so and districts, this isn't just about funding. This is about ensuring that our districts are in compliance with Idaho Code 33-1201, which requires certification in order to render services. So I think I would like to say that I really appreciate our local education agencies in ensuring that they are meeting those requirements, and they're not treating this solely as a funding issue. This is about about ensuring that they have certificated individuals in front of them. So in the future, there was some guidelines that were given, and I think they're included in your packet about the rubric. There was a rubric that we use in future meetings as we look at that.
The fact is, these applications actually started prior to the board's April action, so.
Okay. Other questions? We do have a motion that has been made and seconded. Anything else? Okay, all in favor of the motion?
Aye.
And I hear it's unanimous. All right, the next motion.
Okay, and the last motion here, I move to accept the recommendation of the Professional Standards Commission to not approve a one-year emergency provisional certificate for Isidro Zaragoza to teach the content area and grade ranges at the specified school district as provided herein for the 2018-2019 school year.
I second.
Seconded the motion. Is there discussion or questions on the motion? All in favor?
Aye.
The motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you, department. You did very well.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Don. Appreciate you filling in. Why don't we take, let's see, it's just about 3 o'clock, take about a 15-minute break and come back in here. We can't start. All right, we're going to get going here. We are going to let Richard slide here, even though he's up next. We'll give him a couple seconds. He gets a pass today.
Hi, Richard.
You'd think this was your last meeting. Gee.
Madam
Yes.
President, Planning and Policy and Governmental Affairs, first agenda item is a general discussion by the State Board about its committee structure and its rolling calendar. And with that, Madam President.
Thank you. I would like to initiate the discussion. I have been thinking about this for a little while. Yes.
Madam President, I neglected something I also need to do before we launch into that discussion. I would like to request unanimous consent that we amend the agenda to show that we're going to consider Planning, Policy, and Governmental Affairs items number 6 through 11 this afternoon, and also BAR, Human Resources items this afternoon.
Is there a second on that consent?
That's unanimous
Oh, it
consent.
is unanimous, okay. And any objection?
Would you
Thank
just repeat the items?
It's BAR, PPGA 6 through 11, and Human Resources for BAR. I think there are 2 or 3 items there.
Okay. Any objection? All right, so ordered. Thank you. All right, so for our work session today, as I said, I would like to get your juices flowing in your brains about some possible changes. You know, over the last couple of years, we have, well, I got to think about this. So next month will be 5 years from, for me being appointed, and August of this year being the first meeting that I went to. And there's been a lot of changes, positive changes, just in that short period of time. And we have asked other folks that we're involved with, institutions, to look at their practices and how do we find more efficiencies in the system that we have, whether it's K-12, higher ed. We have looked at all sorts of things, and I would ask that and invite us all today to take a look at how we do our business, and that we equally find ways that we can maximize our agenda and the time that we spend together, what that looks like. We really, the work of the board is, as far as what gets to the agenda, is done with our subcommittees. Do the subcommittees function like we need them to be? Are we talking about the things that in our subcommittees that are conversations that our board should be having relative to the movement of the state? I think one of the areas that Linda and Dave have both identified in other conversations, we know that as a state we have a focus, and as a board we want to move along programs and initiatives in career technical education, yet we don't spend a lot of time talking about that. We are responsive and I think reactive when things are brought to us, but as far as actually having committee work or having specialized conversations that result in recommendations that can come to the board, I don't see that. Something else that I've observed over time with the items that are on the agenda, there really is not a lot of space for discussion. Some of our longer agendas and longer times, the reality is we get to the end of whatever it is, and in many ways we go, and some things rightfully so need to go right to motion, but others I don't know that we create the time to really talk about some of them because there's such a lengthy list of things that we're trying to get through. Maybe some of those items could be moved to the consent agenda. Something else that I've observed is the presentation and the process of recommendations. And so we have, right now, we'll have a group that will want to come and present to the full board. It's a report, it's something of value to us. And we hear that, and then we assign it to the committee, and we ask the committee to go back and do the work and then come back to the board to make the recommendation. In thinking about it, something that makes sense to me would be, I guess, I don't want to say empowering, that's not exactly the right word, but using the subcommittee structure in a way that perhaps the presentation was more effective at the subcommittee level, and have those subcommittee members make recommendations and then bring that with the presentation to the full board. It seems like it cuts out a step. That we've heard this great presentation, and I know a lot of times we look at each other and say, okay, now what? What do? We talk about it, and then, well, let's send it to, whoever Richard decides needs to see it first. And then, let those people decide and, or have a discussion, make recommendations, and then come back, and as a full board, we talk about that. Something else with the subcommittee, and I'm just throwing it all out there to get it going here, but something else that I've observed on the subcommittee level too that I think could be beneficial for our whole group. There are items that come to the agenda that maybe aren't all the way ready for the full board to see, and then as a discussion, well, we're not all the way there, send it back to the committee. Giving the subcommittees the ability to scrutinize a little more what comes to the agenda as far as timing, if it's all the way ready, is this something that the full board is ready to see? Not so much that the subcommittee would make the decision whether or not it was good or a bad idea, but is it ready to be on the agenda? So then, in addition to all of those things, the last thing that I would throw out, and then I'll be quiet and let all of you discuss as well. We look at our I would suggest that we discontinue our June and December meetings and consolidate those things that are necessary into other meetings and take full advantage of the months that we are together. And it takes pressure off of staff, it takes pressure off of the institutions, recognizing that the June and December meetings are held at our community colleges. Working with Matt, I think we've identified a way that we could still have that contact and perhaps have a contact that's more meaningful rather than showing up on the campus once every other year. And so with that, who wants to dive in? Andy?
Well, thank you. I think the discussion is an excellent one to have. All organizations ought to constantly review how they're doing what they're doing and whether things have changed, whether there's more effectiveness. Since I've been on, the one thing that I've noticed is that though we did have a good, and always do have good presentations by State Department of Education, they're very tactical and they're very limited in scope to a event or thing that's happening and very non-strategic. So K-12, I just don't think we do much with as a board. And I look at our subcommittees, and the ones I've spent most time with, audit and BARD, don't do anything with K-12. What I see coming out of PPGA and URSA mostly seem to be the higher ed as well. And so it seems to me like this board touches very briefly on the broadest section of our students in the state and the key feeder process to bring people to a higher ed system. And we have big goals on K through 12, but we don't really take one of our sessions of the year and just dive into it, or have a significant portion of it, or have subcommittees that focus on it, or any of that. It just doesn't happen. So that's one of the things I'd like to know, whether we could change the way that we approach K-12.
Okay. Linda?
Madam President, I took a little bit broader look at this after thinking about it for some time. It seems to me that we need to articulate to ourselves what our primary goals are. Maybe the center of the wheel of our work and from that wheel would come the committee work. Seems to me that that centerpiece is student success. And that's a system-wide, that won't surprise anybody, that's a system-wide student success, from kindergarten through the graduate programs that we're responsible for. I think the emphasis, the sub-emphasis under student success is about access, and it's about completion, making sure, you know, and there are lots of subparts of that. Seems to me that if we really honed in on what we believe is the most important thing we have to do, which is to make sure all of our students succeed all the way through their system. And then that fuels much of what that committee structure looks like, or what the committees are taking up. That may change what we do a bit, but it would make it, I think it would get us to results faster. So we would ask the question of items as they come. For example, does this proposal fit into that goal that we have? So that we are spending the bulk of our time on the meaningful things that contribute to student success all through our system.
Strategic approach.
To be more strategic, exactly. Thank you. He said it better.
You both said it well. Emma, did I see a hand, a finger?
Well, I was just going to make the comment that when I visit with people out and about in the state or even in other states and talk about the fact that I'm on the Board of Education, and they always ask if it would, or why we are one board when everywhere else has two. And I think that, I mean, what Andy says, or has already articulated, is that we don't spend a lot of time on K through 12 because of the structure of our government. I mean, we have an executive secretary of the board, and her charge is to take care of the administration of K through 12. So we're the policy board for K through 12, but we don't engage in the day-to-day supervision or activity or any of that for K through 12. That's just the way we're structured. If we want to, I've had a lot of people say we ought to split the board and have a board for higher education alone and a board for K through 12. I personally don't know that that would make any difference, because I know there are school districts in some places that have as many students as we have across the entire state. So I don't think we're super taxed with the administration of K through 12. So, but that is out there, that perception that our attention is divided and maybe not as focused as it should be for either part of our responsibilities. And that's something that I've just heard from a number of folks. And I think about that now and again, but I don't have an answer for that, but that's something that we might want to think about as well.
Thank you. Andy?
And that ties back into what I didn't articulate well, which was to the extent that we have these different items, if we carved specific time out rather than having them just sort of more jumbled into the agenda. Oh, we're going to spend this 6 hours on this K-12 topic, and here's why. And I use that term strategic, and I know it gets overused, but I looked today at the fact that we spent time approving what a professional certification group already did, and we're really just saying, oh, they're the experts, they knew. I'm not sure what our time on approving those alternative appointments adds to anything versus us really talking about how do we improve the outcomes. And so we've talked about this a lot. Why are we doing these things that don't really add to a board type responsibility and a board type scope of work? And I think we still do a lot of those.
I could agree with you on some things. On the programs, I would disagree in the sense that it gives us an opportunity to discuss if that is what we, statewide, and we don't have to get into the particulars, but On some things, yeah, I would agree that I question at times too. Well, I guess that's.
I'm not sure which programs you mean.
Well, what your example of spending time talking about were you referring to like a non-traditional,
No, the provisional certifications of the individuals.
Oh, that, okay.
I don't know,
Okay.
you know, we don't get into how, there is a organization that has that responsibility. They've approved it. I'm not sure why we
Okay.
add to
Well,
it.
right, I think the board has oversight there, but Linda.
Madam President, I think that
But we may
Andy's-
not need it.
Andy's-
And it was just an example.
Andy's example of oversight is an appropriate one. But one of the ways to deal with that is to be more strategic in the items we put on the consent agenda. So if we have a committee of experts that we have put in place, we approve their appointments, so we're putting them in place. And their appointments, by the way, are almost always on our consent agenda. Perhaps their recommendations belong on the consent agenda too, because we always have the option of pulling something off of consent if we want to discuss it. So a more strategic look at what items go on consent might negate that frustration on some of those items that board members don't really feel we have to discuss.
Thank you. Richard?
You know, it's interesting, we're here talking about the scope of responsibility of this state board, which we all recognize is as large as any state in this country. We're talking about doing away with 2 meetings. Somebody's got to help me with that. There's an interesting conundrum that I think we have to deal with here on this board, and that are we policy, are we operations? And if we're going to be a policy board, we at least need to understand the issues enough to do the policy. The one thing that we have done quite expertly is we moved a lot of items to consent, and we're now suggesting we're going to move more. That's okay, as long as we use the available time by doing that so that we understand the issues. And to Linda's point, and that's the part we don't do well. Obviously, I don't have a dog in this fight, but I think the board can ill afford to spend less time in task. It needs to spend more meaningful time, or we're going to lose the great opportunity we have to execute the entire education system from K to PhD, and we can't lose that chance. And I agree with Andy. And we actually have a mechanism we're not using very well that we're calling our work sessions. And what we ought to be doing in those work sessions is using them as an opportunity to really decide what it is we want it to be when we grow up and what the steps we want to take in between to do that.
I agree with the work session, and as board members, you know that we've solicited your thoughts and ideas on what those should be so that we can better get at the topics that we think are current. I believe that we can, and my reason for the elimination of the 2 meetings, I think that the subcommittee structure and the consent agenda and knowing what we want to look at and what we don't need to are all complementary, that it's not just one thing that you get rid of meetings. Oh, we're going to get rid of 2 meetings and squeeze all the same stuff into less meetings, but that we are more purposeful about exactly what happens in those meetings. We know there's some things that through our own policy are required, whether it's an annual report or the strategic plan or some of those things. And so we stage and time those differently to get the same outcome. I don't know that having 1 less month of looking at a strategic plan is going to make it better or worse. Don?
I think this is a good, fruitful discussion. 10 years ago, when I was appointed to the board, it was made very clear to me that this was a higher ed board, period. And so that really focused, at least my first 5 years on the board, on higher ed issues, and was led to believe that, you know, the superintendent would take care of K-12. So I think that whatever the board does, recognizing that 7 of us are appointed to the board, it needs to be in concert with, you know, where the governor wants the board to go.
Richard?
Well, and before you were appointed to the board, 2 years before that, the board was very active in K through 12 and less active in higher ed. It had to do with some political considerations I don't understand, but and I didn't mean to be negative about what you said, Debbie. I think what drives me crazy as a board member is the incessant special board meetings we end up setting up. And I have thought for some time we'd be smarter to do our 6 in-person ones and to do 6 scheduled ones and to say to the institution, that is it. And the 6 scheduled ones would be electronic. And if we can find these efficiencies in the way we structure our agenda, then we can have more time to really talk about what's important to us. Oh, and one other thing. I hate to not go to the community colleges. We have a mission, though it be every bit really quite complicated. We have responsibility with the community college, and I don't want to send them the message that we're abrogating that responsibility, because I don't think we can.
Matt?
Probably a half dozen years ago, we had a somewhat similar conversation around wanting the board to focus on less transactional items and more on policy. And as a result of that, we did a wholesale review of items that in board policy that required board approval, and we either delegated that authority, well, almost all of those items were delegated to the institutions or moved to consent agenda, again, to free up time for the board to focus more on policy issues. So this is not entirely new ground that we're covering, and the policies, the board policy, as you know, allows the board to be pretty nimble in its governance. And so if there are areas in which the board no longer wants to be vested with the necessity of reviewing and approving those at a board meeting, then it can be delegated, unless statute precludes that from happening. And to that point, there are areas in which the board is specifically vested by statute to review or approve things, and so just be aware that if there, as we go through this conversation, if you identify specific things, you as staff will have to go back and review that against statute to see whether or not we can actually delegate that, and if not, then if we want to pursue a legislative fix, then that can be pursued as well.
Something I want to say to the point of our interaction and association with our community colleges. I don't believe that not coming to their campus every other year is going to materially impact the relationship. Matt has identified an opportunity for board members to interact with, and Matt, you can discuss, I can't think of the name of the,
It's the Idaho Community College Consortium.
And that we invite ourselves in a more formal way to participate in those conversations that include the presidents, their boards. In my view, that would be a more meaningful interaction than simply coming to the campus to have a meeting.
I don't want this to sound like a counterpoint, but I learned more about NIC from talking to the 4 or 5 students that I bumped into just in the consequences of being on campus than I did from a very good presentation from the president, because it was just more real for me to talk to those students and for them to talk about the kind of services they get here in NIC that were really very impressive. But I hear what you're saying, but there's some value in just showing up. And we're talking about showing up every other year is all.
Andy, or was there something? No further.
Well, I think a number of good things have come up. First of all, Richard pointed to being more purposeful in using the work sessions. And so I'm going to commend you, Madam President, because we're in a work session and we're actually doing work that is higher level. So I think that's a great example. This is what we should be doing. Second of all, I think Matt was probably using my example again of these provisional certifications as a question mark of, does the board have to approve them, or could we hand that off? I mean, at least that in my mind was where we were starting, and I just used an example, but I do think that there are many things that we just do because we do them, not because statute requires. And I would scrub those as hard as we can to say, do we add value? And I don't think we add value in a lot of them. Seed potato certification was one that we didn't
That's the
We
most
love it.
valuable thing we do.
add value to, and the most important member of the board always abstained from it anyway.
I just wanted to get rid of.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
But we have
exactly.
got rid of them.
We did, but those are, I'd scrub that, and then I would come back to, in a perfect world for me, we would start every board meeting with our, we've got a K through 20 strategic plan, we've got several items with objectives in it, and I would have a report card, and I'd start the first, item, and I've said this numerous times, this isn't new, I'd say it probably as a broken record, I'd start our first session of every meeting with a report back on that, and then I think this gets to what Linda said a little bit ago, then you start tying everything that we do to that one page. It's right out there. It's on our, if we don't think it's comprehensive or perfect, we can work on that, but tie everything back to this. Today we tie everything back to policy when we say, here's an item, and it's board policy this and board policy that, which is great. I would, the question was raised, are we an operational board? We shouldn't be. We can't be. We're all volunteers and we don't have the time, nor would we add anything by trying to be operators and micromanage the system. So not operational. So then, Matt pointed out, well, we're really a policy, or we moved up to being a policy board. A policy board to me is also, it's sort of a bureaucratic organization. It has purpose, and we have to do some of that, but it ought to fall back to support what I think we should be, which is a strategic board, which is, what is our strategy? We've got it here, tying every step we take within this board to how is this moving forward, this strategy, and why are we doing it to get these outcomes that we really want to get, K through 12, and then 13 through 20. And so being a purely policy board is not going to move the state forward either. It's going to move into incremental corners and nooks and crannies of what specific little groups are doing or larger groups are doing within the state versus moving the system. And you only do that by constantly pushing yourself back to a very clear and finite set of goals, 5 goals, 8 goals, whatever it is, and then reassessing the goals every year. Are they still the right ones? And if they are, what are we doing? And have we made any progress? I don't know if we made any progress on a every other month basis when we meet on anything that's on this page. And that's where I think I would love to see the board move to.
Richard.
I agree with Andy, but I also believe that a policy board is a performance board, that a policy board follows performance and holds whatever it governs accountable to that performance. So I guess I'm completely agreeing with what you said, and would do it in a motion if we weren't in a work session.
Something that that I've thought about and discussed with a couple of you anyway. We have agencies that are under our supervision. I already referenced CTE. We're the Charter Commission, Public TV. Outside of a once-a-year presentation for a few minutes, we never have any discussions on how those agencies help us move our goals forward. I mean, so many times that when we've talked about, well, we're doing this, but nobody knows, what's our outreach? Well, we're in charge of a TV station, for crying out loud. Why aren't we figuring out some strategies? And obviously, and this is not against Ron in any way. He's doing a wonderful job, and we look at his strategic plan. This is just more of a reflection on how we do our business. There's a real discussion, as we know in the state, on public versus charter schools. We are over 50-ish charter schools. We don't ever talk about that. How are we trying to elevate and make all schools a choice? This is where I want to be. We don't talk about that outside of a 10-minute report that comes through a committee. And and again, going back to CTE, I would like to see our board drive that more. What are our goals? How does our strategic goals and the agencies for which we supervise, how are we all moving in this same direction, and that we're steering that rather than being reactive or responsive because it's on our schedule once a year. And there are some gaps, in my opinion, with the subcommittee structure, and I'm not suggesting that we completely blow that up, but I think that there are ways that we can look at that, and we're not going to solve, to me, we don't solve, unless you all have the wonderful miracle idea, but I mean, we're not going to solve the subcommittee issue, some of these things today. I mean, that's a process that we want to get to, but for me, identifying and having the conversation to say, yeah, I'd like to see this, have more conversation on the K-12 and how CTE, how all of these layers come together. Linda?
As you know, I agree wholeheartedly with that. I think, for example, the use of public television is a tremendous strategy for reading and for early childhood and, well, all the way along in elementary school. We also, I've been frustrated too with just an annual report. So if there's an issue that comes along, then it comes to us. Otherwise, we hear from folks once a year. I believe that those entities that are under our umbrella ought to be somehow represented in our committee structure, and that we are able to be strategic in how we utilize, how the system utilizes CTE, or how it addresses the needs of our disabled people, or how we use public television to advance our strategic goals. They should be a part of it, and charter schools and whoever else is under our, I probably forgot somebody.
The Idaho Geological Survey.
Idaho Geological Survey, whoever it is. Otherwise, they just, I mean, here we have, I hate to beat the system horse, and you all are very kind to only smile now when I say it, but you can't have a system and then just have all these outliers who have major responsibilities for parts of what goes on in our state who aren't a part of the
At least a
whole thing.
regular conversation.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
I don't want to ignore this side. Andy?
well, and so we to tie this back to what I think is really helpful to me, and I think to the system, is so I have things like ensure the articulation and transfer of students through the education pipeline. How do I measure that? How are we measuring it today? And what's put in front of the board every time we meet to say that we are ensuring the articulation and transfer of the students throughout the educational pipeline by what? And then what are we measuring? What are we doing to show support data, informed decision-making, and transparency through analysis and accessibility? What are the things that I measure to make sure that that's happening, and how are they put before the board every time we meet? I give you a fairly easy one, I think. Deliver relevant education that meets the healthcare needs of Idaho and the region. Well, then I ought to, if I'm a good board, say, and that means that to tell whether I'm delivering this relevant education for healthcare needs, I want to graduate how many people through nursing program, how many residents do I want to have through program, et cetera. I don't know what that is because we haven't said it, that I know of. Maybe we have, and it's somewhere in this, and I haven't found it. But if we haven't, we should, and then we ought to, every time we meet, say, for each one of these, whatever the 5, we've got 4 boxes, each one has 2 to 3 objectives, and they're tied to 4 goals, but I don't know, and it's great, I don't know if I'm doing any of it, and I don't know whether I'm getting better at it, and I don't know what the end game is, because we don't have the next thing on this page is, these are the goals, and here's where we are today as compared to that goal. We have some very, a couple of very articulated goals, the 60% and the 60%. We probably ought to report on that every time, even though it's going to be the same number, right there for the whole world to see where we're at today on each one of those, because that keeps us focused. And then that says, then when public TV comes to us, they're talking to us about how what they're doing is fitting into and what we're doing to move forward. Our 4 goals are 11 objectives and the 23 measurable goal, measurable outcomes from those 11 and those 4. I'm just trying to tie all the pieces together to make me feel like we're actually accomplishing and know that we're accomplishing and know where we're not and know how to push forward on it, versus today being very tactical and just looking at very specific little items every time we meet that don't necessarily feel like, and I'm sure they are, but they don't feel like they're tied to one whole uniform strategic move that we're moving forward. We're just hitting fires every time we meet because they have to be checked off a list.
Richard?
Well, again, I'm all for let's look at the dashboard of what's important to us every meeting. I'm all with you on that. All of you remember, though, that to use a specific example, Idaho Public Television has a strategic plan that we're going to approve tomorrow,
Right.
as do all the agencies that report to us. And you would hope that we have done the work so that their plans support our plan. Not sure we've done that, but that's the notion. The other problem is if you look at the number of strategic plans that dovetail into ours, it's pretty daunting. And I know we're all sick of what we're going to find out tomorrow or today when we go to that motion is you're all going to be happy to approve them because we've been struggling with this thing for a long time. So I guess we need to start on the top of the list and decide what's most important to us and then pay attention to it in strategic plans.
I think, looking at the strategic plans, I've never felt like I was in a position to say necessarily, I have never seen anything that, this is a different way to say it, I've never seen anything that made me believe that I had to oppose what the strategic plan is. You look at it and you think, yeah, this looks right, this looks good. Apart from that, I mean, there's no discussion of any of these entities outside of the report, and then we approve their strategic plan. I would like to see a more purposeful inclusion of each of these entities so that when I see the strategic plan, I feel like, even if I wasn't on that subcommittee, I know that a board member was wherever that committee structure, however that falls, that the work that was done leading up to that, and this is making it sound like I trust people and that they've done a good job putting them forward, but again, outside of maybe twice a year, we don't really talk about it.
I actually like Andy's approach, a fairly simplistic approach in that let's just look at the performance.
Yeah.
And if the performance is headed in the direction, assuming we can figure out the right things to measure.
Right.
If we figure that out and we're going in the right direction, then we're probably kind of happy with our strategic plan. On the other hand, if we're headed in the wrong direction, a specific item, then we spend whatever time we need to figure out what it is we need to do to get better performance in that area.
Well said. And my thought, flipping to the people who, as Richard pointed out, who are building these strategic plans, is that, and this is our fault, not theirs, they're building them in somewhat of a vacuum.
Right.
Because we don't have a really tangible, specific, concrete set of this is what we expect to achieve.
We're not driving that.
This is what we expect to achieve, and if we, and that's hard work, but if we work through that hard work and put that all onto a very clear, part of our annual plan and 5-year plan, whatever else we have out there, then other people can drive towards that, and Ron can say, yes, and you have these 3 things, and we're putting our money and time into these to help those 3 drive forward, and here's a measurable way to show that we're getting there. We have this many reading programs, and they reach this many households, et cetera, and help us to get to this, 3rd grade reading level, which I don't know today that we're department's working very hard on it. I don't see it on any kind of report that we see. If that's one of our measurements, are we moving forward on 3rd grade reading? Are we moving forward on 5th grade math? Where are we on SATs? Do we have a comprehensive, constant report on where we are on those that we're looking at every time we meet together to say, how are we doing?
Matt?
So I acknowledge that there's always room for improvement. I do want to remind you of what the process is currently. So at the December board meeting, the board reviews its own strategic plan. That's the first cut, and any feedback or direction that comes from that is then incorporated into the February board meeting. Am I right on this, Tracy? Yeah, okay. And so then the board will approve its strategic plan at that meeting, and then at the June meeting, at this meeting, the board approves the institutions and agencies strategic plan, which includes, the board's plan includes performance measures and benchmarks. The institutions and agencies includes performance measures and benchmarks. And then at the October meeting is when the board reviews those performance measures. So, maybe there's a better way to structure that, or maybe it needs to be more often or different, but it's, we do have benchmarks out there, and those are being measured and reported back.
Right, so what reporting did you do to us, or did we do to ourselves in this meeting to show the benchmarks so I can see them?
So in the...
Today?
Yes, today. So,
or tomorrow?
Right. Whenever we get to it. The strategic plans that are included in the agenda do include performance measures and benchmarks for each institution and agency as part of their strategic plan.
True. I'm talking about ours.
So ours is, and that, for the boards, that is included and was approved in, was it April or February? It was in February.
Put away so that we can look at it next February.
Right.
Well,
No, we'll look at it again first time in
December,
but.
But that's, the board approves its own, so then the institutions and agencies can develop theirs in support of that.
If I may, one of the conundrums that we have to deal with, Andy, is that we don't see measurable changes in the benchmarks until a significant amount of time has passed. We could look at the same figures.
We will, to a certain extent.
For 6 months at an institution, well, for 4.5 months, say, for a semester, and we won't see the results of how many students they graduated for that period of time. So, that's part of the issue too. It takes, the benchmarks do not change like the stock market. It's different, and so we have to keep that in mind. I think one of my big frustrations was when we started talking about the dashboard that everybody wanted. All of us had different ideas about what should be on the dashboard, how big it should be, and pretty soon we had this monstrous, maybe that's not the right word, but we had a very large dashboard, it seemed to me, with a lot of material in it, and you had to really dig deep down in it to see a lot of stuff. And most of the dashboards that you read about in the magazines from journals of higher ed and that sort of thing are 4 or 5 measures, very simple, straightforward. How many are you graduating? How many, in how many years? How much is it costing? Those kinds of things. And I do think that kind of information is very helpful. But I think we would be, I think we have to recognize that there's a certain amount of passage of time before you can expect those to change. And so looking at them every meeting, maybe that would be helpful, but if they don't change for 6 months, I'm not sure that would.
Right. I fully understand what you're saying, and I've woven that in to my comments, which is we're going to see the same numbers, but I can't remember them if I only see them once a year either.
I agree.
So I think it's helpful to remember where we're at.
Well, but frequently
and to be reminded where we're at.
But in the strategic plans as well, there are lists of, there's more than 1 year reviewed or talked about in the strategic plans. It's, they
Right.
talk about the year before and whether they're making progress and those sorts of things. So it's out there. It's just that we don't look at it every. We don't look at it every time. And you're right. We should look at it much more often.
Yeah.
Linda.
I want to circle back to kind of the comments I started with. If our focus is on student success, and if the under parts of that are access and completion, I think we have to begin to ask hard questions at the committee level and at the board level about new programs, about new courses. Ursa dipped into that a little bit at the last meeting, to the dissatisfaction of many people. And that was, you will all remember, that we gave some instruction as a board to the institutions about what the line items should reflect. And we asked some harder questions than usual about the line items that were presented and how they met those guidelines or didn't meet those guidelines. I think we have to ask those kinds of questions about every new course that comes, every new project or proposal that comes to us. Simply, how does this impact student success? Is it something that will improve access for our students? Is it something that will increase our completion? And I think if we consistently ask those questions, there are some things that we've been doing that we won't do. Because this strategic focus on success for all students in our state is about how we, changes in how we spend the resources we have, changes in how we operate. And really, it will require a concerted mindset on the part of everybody to consistently ask those questions as we make the decisions. I think that's a big change in our operation, potentially, whether we're talking about individual committees or we're talking about the deliberation of this board as a whole.
I'll use our board strategic plan as an example of where I think we could make our agendas more efficient and focused. So as of now, it's a board policy, right, Tracy? The board has set the policy about the December and the February, right? I mean, we determine when we look at that. There's no outside person. Other than DFM, we need to have that. What's their?
That is correct. The end deadline is that all of the strategic plans, the boards, as well as the institutions and agencies, have to be approved before the end of June so that we can submit them to DFM on July 1.
So, to me, thank you. So we take our first look in February and the second last look in April, or some combination of that. I think there are ways to maneuver that we can control. And I guess I use that as an example about the June, December no meeting suggestion. The other thing that Linda brought up, and I just want to just reemphasize, the chairs of our subcommittees can and should be very, I guess, just very vigilant about those things that come to the full board if they're ready. And using the subcommittee structure with the board members there, is this ready for the full agenda? What presentation, what needs to happen at the committee level, the subcommittee level, so that when it comes to the full board, it has accompanying discussion, recommendations, this is what we heard and what we saw, and these are things that we would like the full board to see. I feel that we can better utilize the structure that we've got, regardless of what the topics are, that we could more fully take advantage of that type of system. And then the last thing that I thought of, Richard, and I just was making a few notes, I really like your suggestion or your idea, whatever, that we have these are certain meetings and that we're not going to do plug-in special meetings. Honestly, outside of maybe on one hand, in the last nearly 5 years, can I think of things that in my mind rose to the level of a special meeting? It was this is an emergency, and to me, that's what a special meeting is used for, outside of this setting, would be something that is very time sensitive, that was of such a critical nature. And I think as a board, we make that decision, and we let that be known, that outside of these meetings, there's only, here's the criteria for which something would satisfy a special meeting of the board. Matt?
If I could speak to your first point about committee chairs, I think it would be helpful I believe that during actual board meetings, as the committee chair is walking through agenda items, to structure it so that they introduce the item and talk about, what the give and take discussion was in the committee about that, before going rather than going straight to motion. Because my observation is typically, at least recently, we go straight to motion, ask if there's any discussion, and then go to vote. But from a parliamentary standpoint, once the motion has been made, the discussion is about the motion. It's not about the merits of the subject. It's about the motion itself. And I think that we could have some more robust discussion and have the board members who are not on that committee be more informed about what happened at the committee level and what were some of the issues that were deliberated, so that you're all aware of that. With the second item about special meetings, I would just say that there are items where, I guess items is the best word, where time is of the essence for the institutions. And granted, maybe we can, as you suggested, establish some criteria, but I'll just say that it'd be great to fit everything within the 6 meetings or however many that we have, but there will always be times when something comes up for institutions when it just can't. I can't wait for that next meeting.
Sure. I'd like to just comment about the committee that I am currently chair of. The only other committee I ever chaired was audit, and that was such a focused committee that we didn't have very many items on the agenda to start with, and what we had were specific and all of that. So BAR has been a revelation to me. I never fully appreciated the BAR chairman until I became chair myself. But one of the things that happens is we have the way the committee is currently structured, and this is, I guess, as a result of practices before I got there, but we have items that are referred back to the committee from the board, or which come to the committee from the institutions, and a lot of times they have nothing to do with what comes to the board, because we also have a list where we look at what items from BAR are coming to the board, and they aren't always the same thing. And that really puzzles me. I've not figured that out. I do admit that most of the items that are brought to the board that are, kind of, well, these are going to be on the agenda for the board meeting, are some of the more straightforward and low-level approvals. But on the other hand, when we do have robust discussions, everybody says, well, let's take this off the agenda. So I'm struggling a little with how this is working in BAR, and so I would appreciate some consistency in how the committee chairs are to approach different types of items. I mean, as I recall, the first meeting, we had about 4 major things that were brought back to BAR, which BAR discussed, but we continued to discuss them, and they are not coming back to the agenda until we've had further meetings and further discussions. And then you have all these other items that come up from the institutions or wherever, and we don't discuss them except to say, oh, well, this is going to be on the agenda, and it's meaningful. I mean, we need to do that and so forth. So I'm not sure how we go about improving that process, at least for myself, because I find it quite puzzling at this time.
I have shared that frustration that as a chair, that I felt that the items, 90% of the items that I was asked to lead a discussion on were none of the things that came from me as the chair. And I recognize that some of those things are in policy and some of the things are revolving that, you know, and things that come up from other entities. But I also believe that as the chair, that we're in a position to be more influential on, is this something, you know, is this something that applies to this, or show me the connection as to why our committee is going to be talking about that. And that as committee members, that we spend that time, what other information do we need as a committee, as board members, to fully understand the issue? What does that take in? Let's have a really healthy and robust conversation within the committee structure, so that when we do, we feel that, okay, we're ready for the full board to see this with our, and here's our recommendations, and this was how we arrived here, and this is the information that we used to get to that place. That as chairs, we can and should be, I guess, just, I don't know. It took me a little while to be more of a more active in what was on the agenda than I was when I first started. Matt, then Richard.
Go ahead. Emma, just a point of clarification. So are you, is the question, or the issue that you're raising is, why are items discussed in BAR committee, for example, but some of which never go to the board for review or approval? Was that?
No, there are more items that are under our purview, but that come from the institutions. It's a simple, you know, agenda item. It's
Right.
just a simple agenda item that traditionally has come from the BAR committee.
Right.
There's no controversy, so on and so forth. But then we also have, in that same list, things that we haven't discussed at a high level at BAR and come before we've had those, and are expected to be on the agenda before the discussion has taken place.
Yeah.
And
That's where I would really like to empower the committee chairs to be able to say, this isn't ready to go yet.
There's also the complexity with the committees of other subcommittees that inform the work of the committee, like CAP and HERC. And so I, you know, as a new chairman, it was challenging to figure out the dynamics of how all the subgroups work along with the committee, what their role is. And I think we've kind of gotten the notion that items go up and they go down. The committee can give CAP, for example, items, but they also rise from CAP. But that's another complexity with some of these committees that, you just had two new chairmen that had a steep learning curve.
You're doing a great job. Richard?
There's that as well.
You know, there's two difficult things here that are really hard to manage. What you're suggesting is you want the committees to do more work, which means do more screening for what gets to the board. And I think that's good. But there are two things that go on there. Number one is how, if I'm not on the particular committee, how do I have confidence when I vote for something, number one. And number two, if I'm not on one of the committees and you screen something that I don't agree with then where's my avenue to speak to that? And, you know, you talk about all these presentations that come to the board and then go back to the committees. Well, if there isn't a presentation at some point in time to the full board, then how do I understand what the issues are when they do come back? So it's a wonderful notion. It's just really, really hard to deliver.
So to the word screening, I don't know that that's the right word, because I'm not suggesting that committees or the chair screen in the sense of this will never make it to the full board, but that as a chair and as a committee member, I fully understand the issue before it gets there, that it's not a yes or no, but it's okay, now I get it. I'm ready to now, if in the full board discussion, and that could, a presentation could accompany that. So to the point of presentations, I'm also not saying that our full board should never see presentations, but that along with the presentation are some thoughts, discussion, well, this was a we want the full board to see this, and this is what Ursa, these are some of the things that we drew out of that, some of the conclusions, so that it accompanies instead of just we saw it, send it back, then it comes back, then we talk about it.
I think what you're really saying is we all agree with, which is that the board, that the committee chair's responsibility is to make sure that when something comes to the board, it's board-worthy.
And ready.
Board-worthy.
Right.
It's worthy of seeing the board and the board to have the full discussion and make the decision.
So where are we on all of this?
Well, I don't disagree with any of that, but I think we also have to recognize that we have deadlines for certain things.
Oh, sure.
You know, and sometimes those certain things aren't ready at the deadline. And we have, I think, consistently said, oh, well, let's go ahead and approve this with this contingency or so and so forth. So anyway.
Well, as a board, I mean, if it's a self-imposed deadline, something with policy, then I think that's an opportunity to say, does this make sense for us still? I mean, does this timeline work with, you know, or we back it up and say we didn't get this in enough time, therefore, you know, we're not able to do that. So I guess, go ahead, Andy.
Well, I was going to say, we've gotten down into a very immediate kind of questions about how do you run the committee with a big board that lives in open meeting law world. That's where this really gets tricky. It's because of that, and it, you know, absent that, most boards, you know, corporate boards, et cetera, the subcommittees, there's a lot of free flow with boards, and you can't do that. So that makes it hard. But I have said this before, and I'd go back to, I mean, if I asked today if we could name what the 4 goals are, our 4 goals, what are they? So I'll tell you, because they're on our website. And I know we all know them because we've gone through them, but I'm not, this is a rhetorical question, but educational system alignment's goal number 1. I would love to blow up our 4 bars and PGAs and whatever and create 4. If this is truly correct, an educational system alignment, subcommittee, educational readiness, educational attainment, and workforce readiness, and then figure out where these things flow and whether they really flow into those, and that would change the way that we look at things that come onto the agenda and say, does that really fit into what this board's trying to do? And then gets to Matt's point of, hey, did we just bring it on because we used to think as a board 15, 20 years ago that we needed to control this thing, and today our strategy doesn't, we don't care. We think we have very highly paid and very highly qualified university presidents that ought to be able to decide certain things that right now, by history and practice and you know, inertia, we're still doing. But if we flip-flopped it and said our goal, our committees ought to be the committees that are the goals of this strategy, and everything comes back to strategy. What is it that we're trying to achieve, and how does that thing fit into it? You know, on that bar committee thing or that Ursa thing or whatever. And we're kind of operating in 2 very different worlds. This is our strategy. We'll put that aside, and then this is our day-to-day. And I don't know how they connect at all because we don't align ourselves as a board. I think you have a guest speaker.
Yes.
Thank you. Andy, thank you so much for that, because I think that's exactly right. I was really heartened at the beginning of this conversation about your comments about how the board moves towards strategy. I think that concept of how do we make the board's time and the board meetings time substantive conversations about the challenges and the opportunities that all of us out here have in meeting those goals, and how do we get there, as opposed to spending our time on approving transactional items and things like that. I think that's the key, because right now, in order for us to be nimble and responsive, so many of the things we have to do in a year and that come to the board end up being the things that are time critical because the board has to approve them. And the question is that strategic or is that transactional, that we have to have those board meetings and those many special board meetings? Because if we really looked at the board doing a strategic role, you probably could have less board meetings. But you probably can't have less board meetings if it's going to remain in the transactional realm. And I guess that's my observation from out here. And I'm not offering the next point as a nostalgia of the past or of this is all form over substance, but I think it is illustrative at some level. The question is what? So the bar agenda for this meeting is 402 pages. Richard's entire binder is 2,300. If you go back to the year 2000 board meeting in Coeur d'Alene of the State Board of Education in the year 2000, the entire bar agenda was 96 pages. So it was a quarter of the size. The URSA agenda that year was 27 pages. The URSA agenda tomorrow is 258 pages. The State Department of Education's agenda for this meeting is 461 pages. And in the year 2000, their agenda was 48 pages. Your consent agenda for this meeting is larger than the entire agenda from the meeting in the year 2000. So somewhere along the way, we have pushed so much information into these agendas and so much detail into these agendas that I don't know how you ever talk about strategy. Because you approve more detail in your consent agenda than you did in the entire meeting in the year 2000 of the equivalent meeting. What that also does is it puts on everybody sitting out here that before we bring something to the board, we better be prepared with a couple hundred pages of background material.
You better be.
Right.
We're not looking at it.
200 minimum.
Or do you want to sit down and talk about my 5 goals from my performance evaluation? Do those dovetail to the 5 goals in my strategic plan? And do those 5 dovetail to your 4 goals in your strategic plan?
And our actionable numbers that tie into those 4 goals.
In a real non-facetious question, do we want to talk about the challenges and the barriers Idaho State University has to improving our retention and thus our graduation numbers? Or how much time should we spend on my contract for my basketball coach? Because I'm bringing you one of those 2 at this meeting, but I'm not really bringing you the other one.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Richard, did you have a thing? Thank you. And what started this, we're kind of Kevin's comments, I think, bring us full circle in the fact that I'll say we, as an executive group, I don't know what the word. Officers, Dave, Andy, and myself, we want to create a lot of things, but one of the things is this space to be able to talk about the important issues. The way that our agenda is now, and it's not pointing a finger, it's not anyone's fault, it just is. There is not room for that. We're not touching on what we believe are the most critical parts of bringing attention to the board. What are those corresponding conversations? What work is happening in the subcommittees? Do the subcommittees, chairs, and board members there feel that they have the ability to help direct what it is ultimately that the board sees? And so those are kind of the layers there. I know we're not going to solve it today, but having this discussion and understanding, I feel that we all want this, we want the goal, how, we want the cooked thing to be the same thing, and how, the recipe that we use to get there, might differ a little bit. But I've taken some good notes, so I guess I have 2 thoughts. One is, on purpose, the agenda tomorrow will include the adoption of the rolling calendar. And so we do need to have some idea or sense of what we want to do next year as far as the June. And after all that it's said, it's not going to be surprising. I'm still sticking with, I think that we can do what we need to do without the June and the December meeting, understanding that there's some complementary things that have to take place in order to make that happen. So that is something that we will need to decide tomorrow. It's something we don't have to decide today or tomorrow, but agree upon more work would be how we incorporate the agencies more clearly in our conversations, and how we take all of these things that we've talked about and come back with some kind of a structure. Andy?
So Richard made a very valid comment that given all the stuff that we as a board decide that we have to do today, taking meetings away could be challenging. So it has to start first with what's our focus before you can get to how many meetings do you need to get that done, and how often do you need to be together as an organization, and how do you push that out, et cetera. I think you have to start with what is it, are we still going to keep doing exactly what we're doing?
Not.
And if not, then what? So I hope not. That's good, because I'm in agreement. But then the second step, as a group, as a board, what then is it that we're going to use these to do? And I still get back to, you've heard me say it in, 10 different or 6 or 8 different times over the last 3 years. But I think if we're focused clearly on just what we have on this one page and the backup for it on our own website, and that's how we filter everything that's running through the board, it would likely change how much we have to do as a board versus how much all of these, incredible institutions and people are doing, and we're just now being much more focused on the accountability and what we do, because really we're not doing anything. We're not teaching a single class in this board. We are not counseling a single student on how they need to move through their lives. We don't do any of that stuff. But we also don't necessarily know how well the institutions that are doing it, and what we can be doing to either, hold them accountable, or more importantly, get them to where they need to be on those things, because we're trying to, decide alcohol permits and, provisional certificates and things which take up much more of our time, and, basketball coaches and et cetera, et cetera. So I just think, what do we want to do? And if that's what we want to do, it's going to be hard, to Richard's point, to try and trim that much out of it. And, I think we have the numbers that, I was talking about that we need to focus on. But if I asked anybody here, what is our benchmark for dual credit students who graduate with an associate's degree, what is that benchmark we as a board have set, and we're expecting people to meet? And I don't think any of us knows. I know only because I pulled it up, but it's 3%. Now, what has it been in the last 2 years? I don't know, because I don't have it. So how are we doing? Are we at 3%? Are we above it? Are we below it? And go right down through them. And by the way, I get to some that I think are pretty important, like percentage of students scoring at grade level on the statewide reading assessment during fall in kindergarten. You know what our benchmark is? It's TBD on our reading assessment. Same in our early readiness facility.
Well, that's because we have a new.
That's because we have a new test.
So
we do have a new test.
We just finished the first year. So use a different one.
But we want to get there.
That's not a good example.
No, I got it, but we need to get there. So we have these, I don't know where we're at on them every time I meet, and I don't even remember that it was 3% or 55% for students graduating from Idaho School in the previous year requiring remedial education in math and language arts at the 2-year colleges. They do, but I don't, and so I need to. And so I need to, because I don't have as good a memory as all the rest of you. So I want to see it, and I want to know how we did against it in the last 2 years and how we're doing against it this year.
So is there anything that says we have to set a date for next year, today or tomorrow, Tracy? We don't have to set a date. I mean, we don't.
Advance?
Yeah, a year in advance. I mean, that's
practice.
our own doing. Okay, so my suggestion is going to be, we don't set anything, because we don't. If we're going to answer the first question, let's wait till we get that before we figure out what it is we want to do. Let's not set anything.
Let me just offer one piece of counsel that obviously I'm not going to be here to listen to what you do. Don't discount the time we spend in having discussions like this. And I don't care what electronic medium you use, it will not be as good as the FaceTime we're spending right now. It will not be.
I agree with that, absolutely. Linda?
Madam President, I agree with everything that has been said here about the need to be strategic, but I think we also have to recognize that we'll never be a fully strategic board given the structure of education in our state. We will have some kind of function that's just required of us by the nature of the way education is organized here, and the fact that we do have a single board that oversees the whole system. So I think it's about emphasizing the strategic part while we take care of, in whatever manner we can winnow it down to, the other part of it. If we're really interested in how committees function, I might suggest that AGB has done a significant amount of work on committees for governing boards, and it would be worth our time and energy to look at some of the different models of committees that are being used across the country based on their work.
So here's a suggestion for the group. Based on the conversation and my interest in being able to create something that I think serves all of our interests, I would be willing to, talking with our committee chairs as they are now. I mean, Jennifer, we're not going to break any serial meeting laws or anything like that. Put some sort of, to get a better understanding, speaking out, not outside of here to avoid the public side of it, but to better understand how some of this could all fit together with our current structure. Figure something out, and then we could compare it to some national models, and then bring something back to this group to say, here are some ways to do it this way, or, present some options of how we could construct something that better serves the interests that I think we've talked about today. Agreeable to that?
The committee chairs can be a committee with you. That isn't going to break any law.
Right.
That isn't 5 people.
Yes, we're going to do it in our free time. No, this is important. And I think that enough has significantly.
It could create free time for you if you get it right.
Exactly. And
Yeah, go for it.
as I, mentioned at the beginning, I mean, there's been some significant changes and evolution, and we've had we're in the middle or at the beginning of a task force where we've had 2 others that have impacted things that we've done. The Huron report, that's going to change some procedures, some practices and operations. And we've asked our universities, we want you to look and do things differently and better. And I wholeheartedly believe that this is a great start to what we can do to adapt to the needs of the students that we have, and what does that look like, and how do we, better serve our state. So I thank you all for your good comments and ideas, and we'll move forward from there. So with that, unless there's anything else on the work session, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Temporary Chair.
I appreciate that. We are now working off tab 6 in Planning and Policy and Governmental Affairs. This is a new policy, 5Q, residency for tuition purposes, and it is a first reading. I think maybe, Tracy, it would be good if we had just a little explanation of this before we went to motion.
Thank you. Chairman Westerberg, members of the board. So just a quick reminder, at the May board retreat, the board approved some notices for rulemaking where some rules were allowed to expire due to some of the things that happened during the legislature this session. One of those rules that was allowed to expire was the residency for tuition purposes. It added some additional clarification to requirements that are in statute. So what this new board policy does is it converts the exact language that was in that rule into the board policy, because the board does have the authority to set those requirements through board policy, and it was not necessary for them to remain in rule. So this makes sure there's consistency for the students that are already going through that determination process. And if the institution should want, once it's fully incorporated into board policy, to go through the process for changing policies. That'll be open to them once we do the second reading. But this action really just converts that existing rule that was allowed to expire into a board policy.
I don't know if there are any questions, Madam President. If there are not, I will go to motion.
Please.
I move to approve the first reading of the nude board policy 5Q, residency for tuition purposes as provided in attachment 1.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Discussion on the motion. Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed?
Madam President, given the discussion we've just had, I'm very hesitant to go to the next item, which is tab number 7, and this is the approval of this much maligned strategic plans. And actually, I would just say, as a kind of a general comment, that really the strategic plans are really pretty good, and we just need to pay more attention to the accountability piece of the strategic plan. So, with that, Madam President, I move to approve the FY 2020 to FY 2025 strategic plans as submitted in attachment 1 through 23.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Any comments on the motion? I would add a comment that we're pressing forward with what we have now, with the expectation that as a board we can do better with these participation and accountability. So, all in favor?
Aye.
Please say aye. And the motion is unanimous. Thank you.
Madam President, moving on to tab number 8. This is high school graduation requirements flexibility for the college entrance exam. And with that, Tracy, a little explanation, please.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. During the 2019 legislative session, Senate Bill 1060, titled Opportunities for College and Career-Ready Students, passed. And in that bill, it allows for students who meet a benchmark set by the State Board of Education on a college entrance exam to have flexibility in the graduation, in their schedules at the high schools, as well as waiving the rest of the graduation requirements, whatever they have left at that point, with the exception of the senior project and the civics assessment. So what this action is to set that benchmark for this next school year. During the Germain Committee meetings, there was a lot of discussion by legislators about the board being able to set a high benchmark, and that is what is before you today, is a fairly high benchmark. Since this is a new requirement, staff will certainly keep an eye on it and evaluate it each year. And if we need to bring back changes to the board, we would do it at that time. So it's not written in stone. It's not something that is actually being put into board policy or administrative code. It's something that, the way the statute is written, the board can just do through action.
And who are the contributors to the CUT score? How did that come about?
So, Madam President, members of the board, our research staff looked at how our students were doing on the scores, evaluated kind of where they were falling, what our college, how they were doing compared to the college and career-ready benchmarks that the companies look at. And because of the change in the SAT scoring, which is very recent, we are not able at this time to then evaluate how those students are doing when they go on, and that's in part why we want to be able to evaluate this and see how any students that actually take advantage of this, how they do, as well as how students who score perhaps lower than this benchmark do when they go on to college. But we just don't have the longitudinal data to do that at this time.
Any questions? Okay, I'll go to motion. Madam President, I move to set the college and career readiness score for the purposes of Chapter 61, Title 33 starting with the 2019-2020 school year, greater than 750 on the SAT in mathematics and English, and greater than 33 on the ACT mathematics exam, and greater than 70 on the ACT English and reading combined exam.
Is there, Don, do you second it? Discussion on the motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Going to tab number 9, and this is another perennial favorite. This is the establishment of 2020 legislative session legislative ideas. And what we're really doing today is setting a group of legislative ideas that we'll send through the governor's office. They'll go through that process, and then they'll come back to us for approval in 2020. So with that, Tracy, do you want to go ahead and lead us through what we have on our agenda at this point?
Certainly. Madam President, members of the board. So the legislative ideas come to the board both through board staff as well as submitted by institutions and agencies. The very first legislative idea is regarding seed certification. I got a sense that one might be okay this year.
Tracy, could you pull your microphone up?
Thank you.
This part up to your mouth, please?
Yes.
Yeah.
So what that legislative idea, if approved through the process, would be allow us to amend the statute that requires the board to approve those rules. So they would not have to come to the board in the future.
And you tried that last year and were rebuffed.
The rebuff wasn't due to the idea behind it, but the transition between governors and the request that we only bring mission-critical items forward to the governor's office, and it wasn't felt that that was mission-critical at the time.
Who didn't think that was mission
It's because they haven't said it this side.
It was submitted to the governor's office and declined, rejected. That was actually the second time we had attempted it. We had attempted it one time earlier, and it got held in committee on the House Education side, House Ag Committee, due to concerns that were brought forward by one of the commodity commissions. We've already had some conversations with the governor's office regarding this idea, and they were, without seeing it yet, they were very supportive of it and indicated that if we needed help with the commissions, they would do so.
That's on this.
So the number 2 is proprietary schools and post-secondary institution record retention. So these are for our private schools that the board in statute is required to authorize both degree granting and non-degree granting. When a school closes down, the records are generally lost to the students. They no longer have access to them. So what this proposal would do is require that the student records, or the transcript at least, be submitted to a company that retains those records. There are a number of companies that do that. There's not a cost to the company, but there would be a cost to the student to retrieve those records if they needed to. Number 3, State Board of Education election of officers date. By statute, the board is required to elect officers at their first meeting after April 1st. So this would change the date. The proposal would be to change the date to August, not June, so it's in alignment with when the terms, so it's the next meeting after terms expire, so you don't end up with electing officers when you don't even know who the new board members might be.
So we'd move it to the August meeting?
Yep.
Okay.
Number 4 has to do with the career ladder for our instructional and pupil service staff that are in our K-12 system. Currently, the experience educators gain when they're teaching in the post-secondary system is not taken into consideration when looking at where they'd be placed in a cohort on the career ladder. So as an example, if someone had been a teacher, a K-12 teacher somewhere, let's say 9th grade, for a number of years, then left K-12 and worked in post-secondary, and then came back and needed to be placed on the career ladder because they already had K-12 experience, they would not include their post-secondary experience. So this proposal would allow us to create some flexibility in that area for individuals that had started out as K-12 teachers, took a break, still taught, just not in the K-12 system, and then came back into it.
I will just add that this was one that I requested be on the consideration list. Some experience with that with individuals within my county, and as far as their the overall money that they would lose because of this type of thing, I mean, it was anywhere from $7,000 to $12,000 that they weren't able to receive because they had spent, you know, a few years at higher ed before they went back to school. So it's significant.
Yes. I would note that the funding is apportionment to the school districts. So in some school districts, they pass it directly through to the teachers. In some other school districts, it's not a straight pass through, but they do take that into consideration, what they're getting from the state when they place teachers on their local salary schedules. Number 5, regarding school age, we have in code a definition of school age. School districts are not allowed, or it's their responsibility to keep students outside of the definition of school age from school grounds. Current school age is 5 through 18 or 23. There are some exceptions if you're younger than 5 for special education students. We often get calls in the board office that their students just barely hit the September 1 cutoff for their age 5. So the proposal here would be to add some language that allowed for school districts, if the parent wants the child to go to school and the school district determines that the student has the ability to benefit from that education, then that they would have some exception from those very hard deadlines in that definition of school age. The way it is written now, if on October 3rd, or if on September 2nd you turned 5, you would not have met the definition for that school year and would not be able to go to school.
So Tracy, I can't get the book to open right now, so I can't reread it, but you're saying it's that wide open that whatever the district thinks, or because you said we'll just give them flexibility to decide when they think a student is school ready, then they could do it. So if they said 4.5, or if they said 4, this would give them all that leeway, or is it more specifically written?
The idea itself is not more specifically written. That is if the board approves it, and it goes to the governor's office, and the governor's office approves it and comes back to the board, we would have that sort of specificity. We'd like to get a little more feedback and really a sense, because the other option would be to change the age from 5 to 4, which would be much simpler, but more difficult.
Meaning politically difficult? Yes. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, Madam President, this is an age-old issue. We've been since no pun intended. It's been all over the board. It was October when I started working in the system, and September. And there are always children who are ready to go. And the districts have had no option at all to recognize that and let them move forward. So it would be really helpful if we had a way to do that, a way to let districts do that. But I think it requires very careful thought about how we approach it.
I would add that the Idaho School Boards Association had a resolution last year to expand due to the issue with the cutoff specific to those that barely miss it, as well as 4-year-olds in general. And they're very supportive of this and would be eager to work with the board on whatever we need in this area, whatever the board decides for sideboards moving forward on this.
Madam President, one other thought. If the state is truly committed to personalized learning, this is the door that opens for personalized learning for students who are ready to go faster. So that might be a tactic we want to think about. We talk about the state putting in a system that allows students to move at their own rate. So certainly those who are advanced at that age ought to be able to start. So I don't know what the specifics of that would be, but that might be an open door that is less challenging, to use your word.
I like it. And again, it's a local control issue that the district that makes that decision, they're the one that's going to be serving the child, and if they've determined that that child meets their readiness criteria, they should be able to make those decisions.
And yet there'll be districts that would rather have the cutoff date.
Which they would still be able to, right? I mean, they would set their own at that point.
No. On some of these issues, they'd rather have it
Oh,
set forward.
they would like, okay.
It's very difficult to deal with parents
Okay.
Yes.
who have those children if you don't have a date certain. That's the.
But wouldn't a criteria, though, I mean, if a district determined that they're going to take the IRI, or they're going to take, I guess for kindergartner, you wouldn't do the IRI, but some type of assessing and screening would need to take place. Anyway, I guess we'll see.
No matter what you set the date, somebody's going to miss it.
True.
So.
And then we're California, and you've got, 4-year-olds starting, and they turn, anyway.
Number 6, school district boundaries and as it pertains to the elections. So when the board approves a petition for an annexation or excision, or annexation and excision of school district, of property from one school district to the next, only those individuals that are within the property that are moving currently vote. So if the board approves it, then it goes to the voters in that area. And it's only those that live within that property that are allowed to vote on that decision, even though it impacts everybody in both school districts, because it can change the amount of debt that the school district has when the property changes. So that what this proposal would do would expand the pool of electors to include everyone within the 2 school districts that were impacted by the boundary change.
And why do we want to do this one?
Who's driving it?
Yeah, that's a better way to say that.
This is one also that the School Boards Association had identified as an issue. And so one of the things that has happened in the past 5 years is the board has seen more changes that were based just on a developer within an area wanting to change their boundary into a neighboring school district to impact the property values of the property they were building. So there might be only one student. There were some with no students that the board did not approve, but there may be only one student within the area that's moving, but it still has an impact on the entire school district, both school districts. So by allowing everybody who's impacted to participate in the election if they chose to, it was just more.
I'm a little iffy on this one. I understand the points. I'm just wondering if we're I recognize that we allow the election. I mean, we have to approve whether or not the local people can decide. I don't know. I mean, you said the ISBA, they had looked at something along this. They couldn't find a sponsor. I guess I don't know if I think we want to get into this.
Madam
But that's just
President,
me.
I'm also torn on it. I was thinking back to real situations where that happened, and the challenge to a school district to explain to their entire district, and I'm thinking in terms of a very big district, the rationale for the moving of 5 homes on one street, or redistricting a gully to trade it for something at Added Orchard. That's really, really huge to have a district-wide election in both of those districts. In both those cases, the Boise and West Ada districts would both have had to have district-wide elections to just make those very small changes. I think that puts a big burden on the districts. I'm not sure that it's coming from the school boards?
So the School Boards Association had a resolution this last year, not, because their next convention isn't until November, to do this. They did not actually try and find a sponsor to carry it. They specifically asked if they could work with the board to see if the board would be interested in working with them on this one. And so we let them know, we're outside of our timeline. It'd have to come forward this year. And so.
We have plenty of legislative ideas here. We could certainly eliminate a couple.
Yeah.
And I think this is one where there's no burning platform for us.
Yeah.
If they want to run it with their own sponsor, they can.
Good point. Doesn't exclude their opportunity.
Right. And I don't think, for us, we're not deciding on the merits of good and bad. I just don't know that we're the right vehicle to get them to their destination. So, do I see nodding heads? Okay.
So number 7, Professional Studies Loan Program repeal. This is a program that is in code but has not been funded in quite a few years, and so it's really considered more cleanup of just removing that section from code. It was identified as we went through the rulemaking process, the red tape reduction, meeting the requirements of the executive order. There's a rule that actually goes along with this loan program, and then doing the research on the rule, identified that there was a section of code that tied to it, even though it was no longer a viable program. Number 8 is...
I would just, I'm always reticent on cleanup just for cleanup purposes. So if in fact we think that this loan program language is bad language and that it should never be funded, then clean it out. But if it's just, it's there and it hasn't been funded for a while, but the board thinks it's actually pretty good and we wish it were funded, but it hasn't been, so let's get rid of it. I don't know which one of those you're telling me is the case. I have no idea what it is, and I didn't go through and pull up that particular code section.
There's a loan program for students who participate in our professional studies program, which is part of our WICHE students, that professional studies program. It is out of date. If it were to be funded, it would have to be significantly amended as well. So it's not just that it hasn't been funded in a few years. It has been at least 10 and probably closer to 15. I didn't look back further than that. I only went back a decade to see when it was last funded.
But is it a bad program? Are there problems with it? Matt, do you have a negative opinion towards it?
Mr. Scoggin, it's just dormant. I mean,
right. I don't mind things being dormant unless they're bad. Because if you've got it, at least then someday when we may say we really want these WICHE students to fund this and we're going to push hard on, then you got to go get the new legislation on it. If it's already there and all it is a matter of refunding it, and that is an option. I don't understand why you just get rid of it because it hasn't been funded for a while. But
because, if I may, we were asked to do so by the governor's office.
That puts it in a whole different light.
I'm waiting to hear these things. You're allowed to tell us these
Tracy, you
things.
gotta lead out.
So,
You're
as part
That
of the
makes it
rule.
easier, doesn't it?
As part of that rule review process, we identified this dormant section of code, and so they didn't say you need to repeal it, but they said, well, you know, to go through our process to consider removing that from the books as
So
well.
this is Greg that's asked for it?
Through Alex, whose last name just escaped me.
Adams.
Adams, who is the administrator for DFM.
Okay, asked it to be removed.
Moving on to number 9.
Thank you.
What about 8?
Oh, why did I?
Number 8
Oh, I'm
is
sorry.
the educational interpreter. So there is a section of code that is not in the education section that requires all interpreters to be licensed, with the exception of educational interpreters. Educational interpreters are in Title 33, which is the education section of code, and it allows for school districts to use interpreters that are not licensed. The requirements for these educational interpreters are a little lower than licensed educational interpreters, but it also specifies that these interpreters must be used for students in grades K through 12. The proposal would change that language to school age. The problem we are trying to solve is that school age includes our special education students that are not in kindergarten yet, so our early education students. And we're seeing many more of those students with this need because of that specification that it has to be K through 12. School districts are required to then hire licensed interpreters for serving those students, and they are very hard to find and very expensive when you do find them. So this will allow them to use the same interpreters for those younger students as they do for their kids in K through 12.
And if I may, this was brought to our attention by the School for the Deaf and Blind, and they requested our support for this. Sure.
Now, number 9.
Number 9 was brought forward by the Division of Vocational Rehabilitation, and it has to do with the Extended Employment Service Program. The Extended Employment Service Program provides state funding for services as opposed to federal funding, like most of the services that Voc Rehab provides. And we had in place prior to this last session an administrative rule that kind of set out that program. In doing the review required by the governor's office, we found that there actually was never any legal authority to establish that rule. So what this will do is establish the program in code, and then would also include language that would allow for us to do rulemaking if it was necessary. So that was one of the rules that we ended up needing to allow to expire. The program administration can be very contentious at times. So this last year, the board did approve, and the legislature considered a rule having to do with to make changes to this program. And legislators often reference back to intent, that whatever we're doing was or was not in alignment with the legislative intent, but there is no record of what that intent was. So by establishing the program in code, it then clearly sets out what the parameters are of the program, and it'll make it much easier for the Division of Vocational Rehabilitation to administer it.
Question number 10.
This one has to do is from the Division of Career Technical Education. Currently in code, there is language regarding career technical schools, added cost funding, but the division provides added cost funding at the program level as well. So this would put language into place regarding the program added cost funding.
Boy, we're not hearing any questions. We can move right on.
Yeah, keep going.
Number 11 was brought forward by North Idaho Community College on behalf of all of the community colleges. And this has to do with the tuition cap that is currently in code. Currently, there's a percentage cap as well as a dollar amount cap. So this would remove the dollar amount. It was put in place, I'd like to say before I was born, but probably not that long ago, a long time ago, and none of the community colleges have reached it yet, but North Idaho College in particular is quite close to it. So even if so that's why the cap would be removed.
Makes sense to me.
It's critical to NIC.
And I assume the other community colleges as well.
Well, getting closer.
They're supportive.
Okay, on to 12 and 13.
12 and 13 were submitted
President Satterley's coming to plead his case.
by ISU, and if the board pleases, I would defer to him to explain his two legislative ideas.
Thank you, members of the board. The first one is the preceptor tax credit. The concept is as we're working in graduate medical education, one of the largest limiting factors is to find a preceptor to oversee the students while they're in their clinical or in their rotations. And that's becoming increasingly competitive. And in some cases, some practitioners have gotten to the point where, due to cost pressures on their side, they're looking maybe to charge for that service, and we have no budget, obviously, to start paying for that service. But one of the ideas that has been used in several states, and it was brought to us, was the idea of a tax credit program. And apparently it's been successful in several states for the university to take on the responsibility to track the amount of time the preceptors spend while they're doing this for a public university student. And that's one of the keys, is it's a benefit to the public. And then we would track that and submit that, and then it allows them to claim a deduction off their state taxes. So that's the concept behind this as a proposal.
You indicate we don't know how many preceptors would take advantage. Let me put it in a different way. How many preceptors are expected to be needed? How many hours or whatever?
Well, that's a good question. I don't have the answer to that right now.
I would presume we'd know.
Yeah.
Students, how many courses, how many whatever numbers, and you could just do math and have a range. I think it's easier to sell if you can put a number on it versus saying, could be anything, could be $1 million, could be 10 million, we don't know.
I think our provost has a better answer than mine.
Hi, Madam Chair. Regarding the number of preceptors, of course, they're not all in state. We have more than about 400 to 500 preceptors at any given time.
Okay.
Those are all affiliate faculty in our health sciences division. The number of in-state preceptors we would have to drill down on, but it's probably a quarter of that total. But I can
It's
get
about
that.
100.
I can get that data for you.
Yeah, I think for just, if this thing ripens, we ought to be able to give them something that doesn't sound open-ended.
The process will attach a financial impact to the state anyway, will it not?
Well, I'm reading the fiscal impact we have now just says, we don't know. Kind of, if it was this, it would be this, but we have no idea.
Well, I know, but as it goes through the process, all these proposals will have to have a financial impact to them, so somebody's going to have to do the math. But this is just an idea at this point.
And if I could, members of the board, I would suggest that the real place for the development of this fiscal impact would be for the university probably to have this discussion with the State Tax Commission. I don't think you want us to guess on the impact of a tax credit. We should give our information to the Tax Commission and help to give more advice on how you actually implement a tax credit is really beyond.
But you're
our
in a better position to know how many
Mm-hmm.
will participate than the tax commission will.
Well, I think that's why it should be both of us. We should come and say, this is the proposal, we think we have this many preceptors, and have someone actually, I would just don't want to put the university in the position of opining as to the tax collection ramifications of this. I think we should get more expert information before we go forward.
Yeah, guessing and taxes are usually a bad
Right.
two things together, so.
Well, again, reminding the board of the process, this will come to us in August with the financial impact attached, and at that point in time, if we don't think we have the appetite to support it, we could always not.
Okay, perfect.
And if conceptually the board thinks we should move forward with this, then I think that's the next level of discussion, is to have our Division of Health Sciences get in touch with the Tax Commission and develop a better fiscal impact.
I'm agreeable to that, to understand it better, sure.
This is going to be really critical, you know, as ICON comes on board and starts taking up all those preceptors.
Okay, thank you.
If there are any questions, move on to 13, Kevin.
13 is with regard to state classified employment versus non-classified employees. At the universities right now, other than the University of Idaho, the two universities in Lewis-Clark State College, roughly speaking, this isn't exact, about 1/3 of our employees, up to a third to a half, are faculty, and then our remaining employees are either classified employees or non-classified employees, some of us call professional staff. This creates an odd situation where we have multiple classes of employees that we need to work with and regulate. State Board of Education has broad authority to set employment practices for our faculty and broad authority to set employment practices for our non-classified or professional staff, but almost no authority with regard to our classified staff. So we end up having about 1/3-ish of our staff at the institutions that the board does not regulate and treats quite differently. And so that creates a series of issues with regard to our interplay with other parts of state government with regard to those 1/3 of the employees that's different than the others. It's why we have oftentimes a faculty senate and then a professional staff senate and then a classified staff senate on our campuses, things like that. In the end, we think there is a lot of efficiencies to be gained if we just moved all of our non-faculty to one category of employees under the rules of the State Board of Education, so we all manage them the same, and we could manage them to our needs. A couple of examples maybe are helpful, and this is the ones that I usually turn to. A state job classification exists for a security officer or a security guard. That job classification is exactly the same whether or not that security officer works on our campus or works patrolling the Capitol Mall. So patrolling the Capitol Mall, and that job is in the exact same job classification as a security officer on our campuses. But our security officers on our campuses are expected to be trained to deal with what happens if you find a student that's intoxicated in a restroom, who is a recent victim of a sexual assault, who is expected to patrol our residence halls in the middle of the night that our students are living and sleeping in. Those are very different jobs than someone who patrols the Capitol Mall or empty state offices in the middle of the night. I think they're very different jobs, but they exist in the same classification. I think that we should set those classifications and requirements at the campus level and not for the state as a whole. Similar things for our custodians. Our custodians who work in an environment where our students live, work, and study 24 hours a day have very different jobs than custodians that clean state office buildings in the middle of the night when they're empty. And yet they fall in the same classification. So then there's a third piece, and this is purely anecdotal, and so I'll be honest. But one of the things we're working on right now with the Huron report is the span of control and the number of employees that only have 1 or 2 people reporting to them. One of the things that is very true is that one of the delineators between whether an employee is classified or non-classified is whether or not somebody reports to them. So very often on the campuses, when we create a new FTE, in order to make sure that it's not classified, that it is professional staff, and thus we have more flexibility over what they can do. One of the things you do to justify a position being non-classified is you make somebody report to them. Find someone else in the org chart that can report to that position, and then they're non-classified, and it's easier then, we have more flexibility with those positions. So I think if we streamline this, it might have this ancillary effect of dealing with, can I say for certain that's the case? No, but have a pretty good idea that that's why a lot of our positions have one person reporting to them. So purpose of this would be to move all of those employees under the auspices of the board, like our other employees are.
Thank you.
Questions? Thank you, Kevin. Our last legislative idea is Lewis Clark State College, idea number 14. Cynthia, do you want to come speak to it, or?
Madam Chair, members of the board, my understanding is that this particular item came forward previously, and like some of the other items, was kind of held back while the governor wanted to get settled in the new year. So we're bringing it forward again, and the purpose of this request would basically be to broaden the parameters so that Lewis Clark State College would have the ability to offer degrees that would be approved by the State Board of Education that might go beyond the bachelor's level. In particular, the specific example that I'm very aware of is interest in education degrees. Graduate degrees in education is one area of potential expansion that we would like to begin to look at. At this point in time, with the parameters that are in current state statute, even considering those questions and bringing a proposal forward to the board isn't an option for us. And we'd like the ability to do that.
Questions, comments?
Yeah, I don't know what to say on this one. The work session in August is going to be a discussion on 2-year, 4-year. Where are we? Where do we want to be? What should we be doing? What are we doing? So
But this is a 4-year, and I would be interested in the historical, genesis of this fairly limited scope for one of the 4 years. And I don't know if Matt or Tracy or somebody else would know.
Madam President, might we leave it on, going to Mr. Westerberg's earlier comment, and then have that discussion dovetail with what you have planned for the work session, and then we could consider it. And if at that point the board doesn't have a...
We're not analyzing it right now, but that
we'd have more
move
information.
forward,
then.
come back with.
I'm really okay with that, but I guess I would also say that we have 3 universities in the state that provide very good graduate programs, one of which is
30 miles.
30 miles from LC. So I guess I'm highly cognizant of the notion the state is pretty resource constrained. And in fact, all 3 of those universities are increasing their portfolio of graduate degrees. So I guess I'm going to be reluctant to approve it, but I'm fine sending it through the process if you all decide to do that for later consideration. But
come August, you might have a different opinion.
I doubt it. I may be in a different place.
Well, at least coming back, we'd have the associated information to really look at impact, delivery, those types of things.
Demand.
Demand. Okay. All right.
Well, I think that concludes our legislative ideas, and if I understood what
Cynthia.
we all kind of agreed to, it was the number 6 would be the only legislative idea that we would not go forward, recognizing we still could backstop some as they come at a later time. So the motion, Madam President, if you're ready.
Yes.
I move to approve the legislative ideas except number 6 in substantial conformance to the form provided in attachment 1, and to authorize the executive director to submit these and additional proposals that may be identified between the June meetings in July, deadline as necessary, through the governor's legislative process.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded by Linda. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
That-
Mr. Chair, before you move on, there has been a glitch of understanding time zones with the reception. That was ready.
We're due there now?
It was at 5 instead of 6, and so I only mentioned that. I think we're close on the next
They're ready for us
2.
and waiting.
But if you think we're close on the next 2.
I'm going to read 2 motions.
Okay.
There's nothing about these that I think will be controversial. The one is the companion item to the LC teacher certification program that went through, so I'll read that motion.
Please.
A motion to approve the request by the College of Southern Idaho to expand the college's mastery-based alternative route to teacher certification program to non-traditional route to teacher certification under the same conditional approval as the original program. Full approval is contingent upon the evaluation of program completer effectiveness.
Is there a second? Seconded by Emma. Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
The last item is a Boise State naming for their basketball arena, and I'll go to motion. I move to approve the Boise State University request to waive the application of Board Policy 1K and to enter into a naming rights agreement with Extra Mile in substantial conformance to Attachment 1 and authorize the Vice President and Chief Financial Officer to execute the agreement.
Second.
Seconded by Linda. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. And what was that? Rick, thank you. And again, apologies on the time zone troubles.
I think it'll be really obvious as you go upstairs, the reception that we originally planned to have outside is now inside. Some of you may have blown right by it. I want you to know it's inside.
Thank you so much, and thank you for your patience, and we appreciate the flexibility. Thinking that we had until 6 o'clock, we thought that we had a good cushion that why waste the time and move forward in an effort to help you all get back to what you need to do tomorrow. So with that, we'll stand in recess until 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. And so please enjoy the food and good company.